Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Marlboro Township Board of Education Board of Ed meeting, May 16, 2023.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Mrs. Jankowski,
Here.
Mr. Lewandowski,
Here.
Mrs. Mendez,
Here.
Mr. Patrono,
Here.
Mrs. Piernick, Mrs. Rosado, Mrs. Shrem, Mrs. Seward,
Here.
and Mrs. Amster.
Here. Sunshine Law. Be advised that this meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231 PL 1975 Sunshine Law, and that adequate notice of the date, time, and agenda has been sent to the Asbury Park Press and the Star Ledger and has been posted and filed with the Marlboro Township Clerk. Copies have also been sent to each district school and other area newspapers in accordance with the law. I won't read in full, but I will draw your attention to the statement of videotaping a public portion of Board of Ed meetings, public comment statement, and no smoking on school grounds. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Executive session resolution. Be it resolved that in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act, the Marlboro Township Board of Education shall conduct a closed executive session pursuant to the exception prescribed by NJSA 10-4-12 for the purpose of discussing interviews of insurance brokers. It is anticipated that the length of time of this executive session will be approximately 60 minutes, and that action will be taken in public after the executive session. Be it further resolved, the minutes of the executive session will be released when the need for confidentiality in accordance with NJSA 10-4-12 no longer applies. Any discussion? Do a motion? Do I have to make a motion? A second? I have a motion. Annette? Any discussion again? I see none. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, let's go to executive session. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Vin, roll call, please.
Mrs. Jankowski,
Here.
Mr. Lalansky,
Here.
Mrs. Mendez,
Here.
Mr. Petruno,
Here.
Mrs. Piernick,
Here.
Mrs. Shrem, Mrs. Seward,
Here.
and Mrs. Amster.
Here. Student recognition, Mr. Balone.
Thank you, Mrs. Amster. This is the student recognition section, the Special Services Department, and the Marlboro Super Dogs. The Marlboro Super Dogs is a student-run business founded by the students in the multiple disabilities and autism classes at Marlboro Middle School. Their goal is to create and sell dog treats. Led by Ms. Kaylin Sinisi and Ms. Suzanne Herman, students created the business design, logo, and branding, budgeted and bought the supplies, baked the treats in their classroom kitchens, sent out the ordering forms via Google Meet, organized the inventory, and sold treats to all customers at Marlboro Middle School. While running the business, students practice their social skills, money management, organizational skills, and life skills. A special thank you to Scope for donating the startup funds to help get this business up and running. We actually witnessed the Marlboro Super Dogs just in the media center. It was an incredible experience. I know my own dog will be happy when I get home. Hopefully he'll still be awake. Thank you, Marlboro Super Dogs. We really, really appreciate the hard work that you put in here, and let's take a look at their quick video.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to showcase this hard work that these kids have put forth. We're just so thankful for the opportunity to really put these guys in the spotlight. They've worked so hard for where we're at right now, and we just continue to build towards even more. I want to introduce you to our student employees first. We have Cody Scott, Denise Jones, Carter Fitzgerald, Lewis Gilmore, and Sai Sivakumar. And these are just a couple representatives from our classes who came to do the pop-up shop and wanted to show off their awesome work. We also have amazing staff in both of our classrooms. We have some of the best IAs in the district, if you ask me. Some of them are here tonight. We have Sharon Chang is here, Sue Levy, and then Angela Sturm and Laura Johnson. And then finally, just a huge thank you to our building administration at Middle, and as well as Special Services, Dr. Blair and Ms. Mortar. The idea for a student-run business began a long time ago. As you know, we work towards a functional approach to academics in our classrooms, and Sue and I wanted something for our kids to take ownership of. Sue actually came up with the idea of the dog treats, and we ran with it because it was unique and it didn't step on toes of anybody else in the district. We applied for a grant from Scope, who graciously donated our startup funds in the form of gift cards. The students have participated in every step of the business, from designing the logo and the slogan, to shopping for supplies, maintaining the finances, and it's just been really fun for them to see the profits go up. I think that's the biggest thing that they get out of it, is watching our spreadsheets and our profits increase. As you'll see in the incredible video that Tricia and Megan put together for us in a few short moments, the process of making the dog treats and packaging them lends itself to so many functional skills. Every student participates in the process at their level. We began by finding a recipe for the dog treats. They created a grocery list, and the grocery list go from visual representations of what they need in the grocery store to a written list. The next step in the process, we took the students to ShopRite, as you'll see in the video. They use their list to find the items that they need, and they use the gift card from Scope to complete their purchases. And then they bring the items back to school, and we have the luxury of being in an old home ec room, so we have a kitchen area where they can put things back where they belong. We then take orders utilizing a Google form. And we like to put the responses up on the board the day that we post them out, because the kids get a kick out of seeing we have 7 responses, we have 8 responses, we have 10 responses. And then cooking day allows the students to follow a recipe to make the treats. They measure ingredients, they mix using a beater, and they use an oven. They're working towards independence on all of these skills. They use the sheet of the orders to place to work on counting out the treats and packaging them. And then the day of pickup always allows for students to interact with staff who has purchased the treats. Social goals such as appropriately greeting the adults and asking them about their order. And then they run the cash register, which is also a really exciting part for them. And that was donated by Mr. Vinny. He's the man. Using the register and making change obviously ties into many of our math goals. And then after each pickup, the students input the sales into a spreadsheet and they keep track of our profits. Also lends itself to many math goals. I think one of the biggest things that Sue and I got out of this as teachers and not, business women, was the marketing and the storage. So we learned that the shelf life is a little shorter than anticipated, and we had to change around some of the ingredients, or not the ingredients, we had to change around the directions on the back of the tag, and the ingredients, we wanted to put those on the back of the tag as well, because so many people were asking. So as you'll see in this video, you'll see it from start to finish. So enjoy. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Marlboro Super Dogs. Next portion of our student recognition is the Frank J. Dugan Elementary School, Caught Being a Dragon book vending machine. Across our school, students not only encounter daily rigorous academic challenges, but we proudly mold well-rounded individuals through programs that promote citizenship. About 5 years ago, the Dugan School Climate and Safety Committee introduced the Caught Being a Dragon program as a means to acknowledge and encourage students' character development. Students can be caught by any staff member for doing the right thing, respecting self and others, acting as a role model, going above and beyond, owning their actions, or negotiating to solve problems peacefully. At this point, I'll welcome Mr. Pagliaro, principal of Dugan Elementary, to introduce the Caught Being a Dragon.
Good evening, Mr. Ballone, Mrs. Amster, Board of Education members, fellow district administrators, Marlboro community members here in person and watching live on YouTube. First, I'd like to thank you all for inviting us to tonight's Board of Education meeting. It's always a pleasure. I'm here accompanied by our Dugan Vice Principal, Mr. Justin Lavoie, and our stellar school counselor, Mrs. Lindsay Balava. Most importantly, I'm eager to turn the microphone over, though, to these students, the 5th grade student ambassadors at Dugan, who also serve as peer mediators under Mrs. Balava's direction. Tonight, they're going to share a little bit about our Caught Being a Dragon character program, and they'll also unveil a new addition to our Dugan main hallway, our school book vending machine. And then following that, Mr. Reiner will play a short video prepared by Dugan's media literacy teacher, Mr. Jay Seibert, that will highlight some of the students who have been caught at least 3 or maybe more times and luckily have gotten to redeem their tokens in the school book vending machine. So I hope you enjoy, and I'll turn it over to the reason we come to do all hard work every single day, our students.
I would like to introduce the 2022 to 2023 Dugan Student Ambassadors / Peer Mediators who will be sharing information about the Caught Being a Dragon program. Ria, Lila, Amy, Ella, Julian, Amelia, Ananya, Leia, Jonathan, Junie, James, Alex, and Sarah.
The purpose of the school climate and safety team is to strengthen Dugan's school climate through classroom and school-wide activities that promote the continued development of student character. The Caught Being a Dragon initiative was created by this community.
During each school climate team meeting, student ambassadors volunteer to participate in the committee meeting. They provide an overview of various character education initiatives completed and provide feedback on planned activities presented by the committee.
The Caught Being a Dragon initiative aligns with Marlboro Township Public Schools' 7 character pillars.
Respect, citizenship, positivity, responsibility, kindness, trustworthiness, and digital citizenship.
Each of the letters in Dragon represents an area for continued character development. D, doing the right thing. R, respecting self and others. A, acting as a role model. G, going above and beyond. And N, negotiating to solve problems peacefully.
To help promote negotiating to solve problems peacefully, Dugan has a school-wide peer mediation program, which is based on the New Jersey State Bar Foundation conflict resolution and peer mediation curriculum.
The peer mediation program is student-led and based on the New Jersey State Bar Foundation conflict resolution and peer mediation curriculum.
Throughout the school year, peer mediators attend recess daily in the lower grades levels, utilizing the win-win guidelines to promote peaceful resolution of everyday conflicts.
Student recognition. Any student caught being a dragon is recognized on DNN.
Students who are caught 3 times receive a gold coin to cash in at our brand new book vending machine purchased by our generous Dugan PTA.
The book vending machine at Dugan promotes childhood literacy by encouraging students to read in and out of school and increases overall excitement about reading.
And now we will turn it over to Mr. Seibert's Caught Being a Dragon highlight video.
To Frank J. Dugan Elementary School. We work hard and play harder. build blocks. We build relationships. Our Caught Being a Dragon program acknowledges and encourages character development throughout the school day in the following areas.
Do the right thing. Respect yourself and others. Act as a role model. Go above and beyond. Own your actions. Negotiate problems peacefully.
This year, with the help of our amazing parents and the PTA, we raised funds to purchase a book vending machine to incentivize students to get caught being a dragon at least 3 times. Being caught 3 times earns a token to be used in the book vending machine. The program symbolizes what can happen when all stakeholders come together for the greater good of the community. Because the future lies in their hands.
We got caught being a dragon!
Thank you again for inviting us, especially on a night where I got to see some of our former Dugan Dragons and their amazing work with the dog treats. So it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our student impact. May, the respect pillar. For May, the respect pillar from April, we're handling that now. Throughout the month of April, MTPS highlighted the character pillar of respect. Students worked with their classroom teachers and all school staff to focus on the topic of respect and practice it among their peers with various activities. To start off the month of respect, the Abbott Early Learning Center celebrated with a day of play. It was an opportunity for students to have fun and engage in the learning power of play by working collaboratively, creating, sharing, and strategizing. April was also Disabilities Awareness and Acceptance Month. MTPS participated in multiple activities such as Chalk the Walk, Walk for Change, and Bulletin Board Blitz and Door Decor. Marlboro Memorial students from the RAD Club, Responsible Actions and Decisions, visited 5th graders at Robertsville and DeFino in April and taught their peers about respectful and responsible decision-making strategies. MTPS focuses on respect and acceptance all year long, but April was a special time to celebrate. Let's take a look at another quick video to illustrate our respect pillar. Okay, looking forward to next month as digital citizenship. Moving right along, artwork on display at the district level. The artwork on display in the lobby and front hallway of the administration building is courtesy of Miss Fix's art classes at the David C. Abbott Early Learning Center. Preschool students created colorful, symmetrical butterflies. They used paint in squeeze bottles to make various designs on one side of their paper. Next, they folded their paper in half and gave it a gentle rub. Excitement filled the art room when students opened their papers to reveal beautiful, symmetrical butterflies. Kindergarten students learned about the importance of recycling as they celebrated Earth Day and transformed old magazines into beautiful works of art. Students sorted through magazines looking for the colors green and blue. They demonstrated their fine motor skills by ripping the magazine pages into small pieces and gluing them into a circle to create an eye-catching, upcycled earth. Announcements. Marlboro Middle School. Marlboro Middle School students were accepted into the All Shore Intermediate Band. Isabel Lacona Klein was accepted into the All Shore Intermediate Band, coming in first place out of 10 students who auditioned. She performed in a concert at Neptune High School under the baton of Mrs. Jennifer Bingham, who was asked to conduct this year's performance. The group consists of students from Ocean and Monmouth counties and comes from over 15 different middle schools. Isabel was also accepted into CJMEA's Region 2 Intermediate Band. She came in 7th out of 46 students who auditioned. This group is made up of students from Monmouth, Mercer, Hunterdon, Somerset, and Middlesex counties. Isabel Lacona Klein, Sean Filter, Arseny Georgie, and Kavish Shah participated in the CJMEA Middle School Honors Band on March 25th. The group is made up of students who were recommended by their teachers in Region 2. Over 210 students participated, representing 39 schools and 42 directors. They rehearsed for 4 hours, then performed in a concert for their friends and families. Their performance was outstanding, and their preparedness and behavior made our district proud. Congratulations to our students and to their band director, Mrs. Bingham. The MMS STEM Club on Wednesday, April 26th, 7th and 8th grade students from the MMS STEM Club participated in the annual New Jersey Technology Student Association Middle School State Conference. This was the first time that this event was held in person since 2019. Over 400 students from across the state participated in the event, and we are proud to announce that 7th grader Joshua Stankovich won 2 awards, 2nd place for computer-aided design and 1st place for Foundations of Information Technology. Congratulations to Josh, all the MMS students who participated, and their coach, Mrs. Morella.
School bus driver and building maintenance personnel motor vehicle abstracts.
Sure, all abstracts were run and all have privileges in good standing.
Okay, and the wellness policy assessment tool.
Yep, so this is something that's done annually. Our wellness committee was established in the 2017-2018 school year. We just continue to focus on our goals as we meet with our stakeholders. That will be consisted of students, administrators, teachers. I believe parents are in there as well. And it's really just goals to, promote healthy foods, nutritional education, and physical activity. So that was met, and that was held by our vice principal at the middle school.
I'd like to make a motion for a 5-minute recess, so the students that were honored, if they want to leave, they can. So do I have a second? Jessica? And any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. 5-minute recess. Ben, roll call, please.
Sure. Mrs. Jankowski?
Here.
Mr. Lansky?
Here.
Mrs. Mendez?
Here.
Mr. Petruno? Here. Mrs. Piernick?
Here.
Mrs. Shrem?
Here.
Mrs. Seward?
Here.
And Mrs. Amster?
Here. Presentation policy updates. Val.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So we have a variety of policy updates as well as a policy presentation that I'd like to go over. First, I'm just going to go over with you some of the policies, just a couple of quick things that we went through, and then we'll go over the presentation. So in the agenda tonight, you'll see the list of policies that we've revised as a policy committee. The first one is policy 2530, and just remember, this is a first reading. I just want to clarify that. So the first reading for anybody who's new to this process is that we go through some of the edits tonight that the policy committee has proposed. We then discuss it. You all can give your comments at some point in time. We listen, we take some feedback, we listen to the board, and then we go and we could make the edits if applicable. And then there's a second reading that will happen at a later date. So these are not approved, these are just draft. This is just a first reading, just to clarify for anybody who's new to the process. First policy is 2530. This is just resource materials. So what happens with some of these policies, you'll just see a couple of minor language changes and so forth. We use a provider called Strauss Esme, thank you, Strauss Esme for our changes. A lot of school districts use them. And so sometimes we're just aligning with just some language changes and so forth, or just some codes throughout the state of New Jersey that we have to add here. So the first one is 2530, which is resource materials. And this is we just on section 2 added, instead of practice of critical reading and thinking, we added the word objective. So that's pretty much the change for 2530. The next policy is policy 3217, which is the use of corporal punishment. And so you'll see that there's, if you look on websites and so forth, you'll see these later, but I'll talk through them with you. This is if there is any disturbance or any time that a teacher or other student is threatened with physical injury, if a teacher or somebody has to obtain possession of weapons, or somebody has to defend themselves, or the protection of persons or property. At that point in time, you'll see that there's just what can, happen with that instance if there is any of those threatening violent acts. That's what this is. It's not any sort of emotional pieces or social pieces. This is really if there's a threat of violence, and that's the corporal punishment policy. That's been in place for a very, very long time. We just changed some of the language there. Your next policy is pretty long. It's about 11 pages, and that one is policy 51111, which is your eligibility of resident and non-resident students. That policy talks about if somebody were to move out of the district at some point in the year, if somebody were to move into the district at some point in the year, right? So it's really if they move out and what transportation is provided. Can they pay tuition here if they move at the last couple of months of the year, or if they're coming in at some certain point in time? And so that's really just the change. And so on page 9 of that policy, just so you all know, it really just talks through transportation will not be provided if the person moves out of the town. And so it just kind of goes over all of the different rules and liabilities and so forth of resident versus non-resident students. It also just talks about when tuition would be paid in that instance. The next policy is policy 5308, which is student health records. That really just talks about whether they're stored with paper or electronically. It also talks about, how they're kept for 100 years after graduation, the maintenance of student health records, how they can keep it separate from their athletic records, and that's pretty much the gist of policy 5308. Your next policy then is what I'm going to refer to now. So that was your first reading of our standard policies that we've modified. The next policy we're going to review and talk about is policy 5756, which is regarding transgender students. So we've spent a lot of time and put a lot of thought into that policy. Again, this is first reading. So I want to make it very clear that I'm going to give a presentation on it, and I'll talk through that in a moment. But the first thing, I just want to kind of go over a statement from that we kind of put together for you. And so this evening, the board's policy committee will be recommending that the full board consider a series of changes to our current transgender policy number 5756. The policy was initially adopted by the Board of Education in January of 2015 and has undergone a series of changes since that time. It is important to emphasize that this school board respects the rights of all students, including transgender students. These policy edits should not be construed in any way as discriminating against any student population, including the transgender population, or as an attempt to stifle their rights. Rather, the theme of our proposed changes to this policy is that Marlboro Public School District is a pre-K through 8th grade district with a young student population, all of whom are minors. We are not a high school district. Given the age of our students, we value parental involvement and participation when it comes to their child's education and school experience. Therefore, we believe that parental involvement in a child's decision to change their gender identity or expression is extremely appropriate and necessary. Currently, our policy, which follows the New Jersey Department of Education's guidance, states that the school district has no affirmative duty whatsoever to notify a parent or guardian of a student's gender identity or expression. The policy committee does not agree with this approach. We believe that it is a parent's right and responsibility to know if their child is changing their gender identity or expression, including, but not limited to, changing the name the student is referred to at school, how the student is identified in records, and which facilities and restrooms the child chooses to use, among other topics. This is particularly important when considering the age of our student population. We believe that keeping these important decisions secret from parents is anti-ethical to the rights of parents and contrary to how the district handles most, if not all, issues when it comes to parental rights. The committee was sensitive to the fact that not every parent is going to be accepting of a change in their child's gender identity or expression, and we have made an exception in our policy to situations where the administration reasonably believes that such notification will pose a danger to the health or safety of the student. Importantly, our policy provides that we will notify the student prior to the time that the parent is notified so that there are no surprises and any student concerns can be addressed up front before parental notification occurs. Because this policy also directly affects our staff, Mr. Ballone has consulted with the district's mental health professionals to obtain their input about our policy changes. Mr. Ballone informed our committee that those meetings were productive and certain edits to the policy suggested by them have been made. Because tonight's agenda motion is only a first reading of this policy, we will also listen carefully to the board and the community and make further edits to the policy as the committee deems appropriate. Any edits to the current policy will not go into effect until the policy is adopted upon second reading at a future meeting. Lastly, because this is an evolving area of law and the subject of much litigation in this state and in others, our policy edits conclude by stating that the board will continually review and update this policy to conform with current development in the law. In other words, the policy is not set in stone and will be a work in progress going forward. I am now going to highlight our proposed edits to the policy. Can you hear me? Okay. So we thought that it would be the right way to do this is to kind of put together a couple of slides to highlight some of the changes within the policy. In the front, when you first walked in, there was a policy there, and you'll see the lines through it. That policy that you have in front of you is the draft that I'm going to be referencing tonight. Where you see anything crossed out, we'd call it redlined, except for you, it's black tonight. That is the change that we are proposing. Again, this is just a first read. But we thought it would be best to do it this way so that you can all see it. We can talk about it together as a community. We can hear you. So we kind of wanted to put it together this way. So what you'll see on one of your first pages is that we call it a family-centered approach. So what we've done is put a picture of the policy on the left, exactly what's in your hands today. And on the right, you're going to see just some highlighted pieces in that policy for you. So it's exactly the words within the policy, just bolded so you can kind of call it out. And so the policy starts with, because Marlboro Public School District is pre-K through 8 district with no high school, and these words are exactly from the policy, the board believes that greater parental involvement is required because of the age and maturity level of its student body. Notwithstanding, the school district shall not discriminate against any pupil based upon gender identity and/or the pupil's transgender status or for any other reason, right? So we're inclusive of everyone. However, in the spirit of transparency and parental involvement, there is an affirmative duty for the school district to notify a student's parent or guardian of the student's change in gender identity or expression, except where there is reason to believe that doing so would pose a danger to the health or safety of the pupil. So these on the right are the proposed changes that you have in front of you. Also within that family-centered approach, we talk about the principal or designee will speak with the student first before discussing a student's gender nonconformity or transgender status with the student's parent or guardian. And so what that means is we don't want to blindside the student. We want to make sure the student feels comfortable and understands what's going to happen. So the first thing would be that a discussion would be had with the student. Hey, we're going to let your mom and dad know, right? Measures may include the facilitation of counseling and other resources for the student and the student's family to facilitate the family's support of the student's transgender status. In the event that a parent or guardian objects to the minor student's name and/or pronoun change requests, the superintendent or designee should consult the board attorney regarding the minor student's and family's civil rights and protections. Where there is a disagreement between the student and the family, the administration shall consult with the student and parent guardian and develop a plan for how the student will be referred to at school, including the pupil's name and/or choice of pronouns. So a lot of this language was already there. What we've done is just added in the parent and guardian. Now in the section of a safe and supportive environment, student dress codes should not be enforced more strictly for transgender and gender non-conforming students than for other students. The school district shall honor and recognize a student's asserted gender identity based upon that family-centered approach that I referenced on the previous slide. The school district shall not discriminate against any student based upon gender identity and/or the pupil's transgender status, and shall not require any documentation or evidence in any form, including diagnosis, treatment, or legal name change. Under the section now for confidentiality and privacy, you're going to see that school staff members may not disclose information that may reveal a student's transgender status, except as allowed by law and in accordance with the wishes of the parent, guardian, and the student. The school district may keep confidential a current, new, or prospective student's transgender status in accordance with the wishes of the parent or guardian and the student. Next, under school records, in accordance with the plan developed in consultation with the student and their parent or guardian, if a student has expressed a preference to be called by a name other than their birth name, permanent student records containing the student's birth name may be kept in a separate confidential file. This file should only be shared with appropriate school staff members after consultation with the student and parent or guardian. If the student has previously been known at school or in school records by a birth name, the principal or designee should direct school staff members to use the student's chosen name and not the birth name if requested by the parent, guardian, and the student. To ensure consistency among teachers, school administrators, substitute teachers, and other school staff members, every effort should be made to update student education records with the student's chosen name and gender pronouns consistent with the student's gender identity and expression, and not circulate records with the student's birth name in accordance with the plan developed in consultation with the student and parent or guardian. So if you look at the school records section, what you're going to see is that we want to make sure that the student is recognized by the name that they have chosen, by the gender they have chosen, and they're allowed to express their full unique self however they'd like to. The only change here is that we've added in the parent or guardian will be informed. Next is activities. So the school district will provide transgender students with the same opportunities to participate in physical education as other students in accordance with their gender identity. They will permit a transgender student to participate in gender segregated school activities in accordance with the student's gender identity. permit and support the formation of student clubs or programs regarding issues related to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer questioning LGBTQ youth, and offer support in the creation of peer-led educational groups. And facilities. The principal or designee should consult with the student and the student's parent and guardian to develop a plan for the student's use of facilities. The plan may allow for the student to access restrooms, locker rooms, and changing facilities in accordance with their gender identity and for involvement in various school programs and activities. Alternatively, the plan may allow for the student to use a private facility, such as a unisex facility or the nurse's restroom, should they feel uncomfortable. Non-transgender students should also be afforded the option to use a private facility, such as a unisex facility or the nurse's restroom, should they feel uncomfortable. And then here on the last page, you'll just see some legal guidelines and codes that were part of the policy. And so that's kind of what we wanted to share with you on this policy 5756. I'll turn it over to Kathleen.
Thank you, Val. Before we get started with public comments, we have a number of people signed up. So today we're going to be a hard 3-minute stop with no follow-up questions. And if you have a follow-up question that can't be answered now because I said no follow-ups, then you'll wait until the second public comment section, which is at the end of our agenda. Ben, public comments.
Sure. First up, Trish Cody.
My name is Trish Cody. I've been a teacher at Robertsville and a teacher in Marlboro for over 40 years. I have 3 children of my own, ages 33, 28, and 24. So I've been through sort of 20 years ago, the conversation was not transgender so much as being gay. So I went through that similar situation as what you're talking about today with my son. So I'd like, well, he's not my son. Well, he considers himself non-binary. I have a hard time still getting used to the pronouns, but I just want to share the story of what he went through and what we went through in this process. When Jamie was in 7th grade, so well within the Marlboro Township school age, he came to me and said, I need to see a sex therapist. I didn't ask why, because I have a very open relationship with my children. So I figured if he wanted to speak to someone about something, he needed to do that, and it wasn't something he was ready to share with me. So I said, okay, it's more important that he confide, or they confide in someone in a safe way. My town has a counseling situation where the kids, it's an open, free counseling, where the counselors also then go into the schools and work with the students within the school. So when I brought him there, they said that they would see him in the school situation rather than me have to worrying about bringing him for appointments, that would be his environment where good. Then the counselors in school, the regular guidance counselors in school would also be aware of the situation. I said, my biggest concern, I said, I just want to know that there's nothing seriously harmful that's going to happen to him, that he's not going to harm himself, that that's not the possibility. And they assured me that it wasn't. And then when it was time, he would come and share to me what he was going through. Or I keep saying the they, I want to say they, but I'm having a hard time with that. A few months later, Jamie did come to me and share with me that they were gay. Jamie said talking to someone gave him or they what they needed to work through their feelings and come to me. At this point, they were sure that they were gay and ready to come out and share that with us. And he did that in a way that was in a way that was comfortable for him, that I know and I could trust. What I want to make clear is that children don't share everything with their parents, and they shouldn't be forced to share things with their parents if they aren't ready. As parents, we need to provide an atmosphere in which we accept them no matter what. Ask yourself if you shared everything with your parents. Do your parents know everything about you today? I know my mother didn't, although we had an amazing relationship. How do you know how the parents' reaction would be? I brought this policy up to my own children on Mother's Day, and their response was that sometimes kids aren't ready to share with their parents, but they need a safe space for them to figure things out. They've grown up with other gay friends, they've grown up with transgender friends, so they're very involved in that whole world. By amending this policy, you take away that safe space and trust. take away their rights. So think about where they will go for the support that they need, because that's what scares me. They're going to go for support, they're going to go to someone they need, and who are they going to go to? Not the trusted people that you are putting your family, your children with, and your students with, and my children with. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for sharing that story with us. I think I appreciate that immensely. I just want to say that we do have in the policy that there is a safe space there. So if the child does say that I don't feel safe sharing that story at home, because I appreciate what you said, I do want to say that that is in there. So there is that process that if the child does feel unsafe, that they can escalate it. I understand that some people may not agree with that, but we did create that environment. There's also the other side to think of that the parent could be in a lot of places the safe space for the child. And so you can see both sides of it, so I appreciate that. But we did not in any way, at least we hope not, but we hear your feedback and we'll take a look at it. We attempted to not take that safe space away. Instead, we said that if there's any instance where the child does feel like it's not safe, that school administration will provide resources, counseling, etc., to make sure that the child feels like they're in a good position to share that. But thank you for sharing, I appreciate it.
Thank you. So next up is Karen Tessler.
Good evening. I have grave concerns about this proposed policy, and I am curious which child professionals and/or experts were consulted for guidance and information. Were mental health professionals consulted, or specialists who work with transgender youth consulted? If they were consulted, were these professionals in agreement with these changes? I've been a social worker since 1994, and I'm licensed in the state of New York and New Jersey. I am required to keep up with continuing education for each state, as well as for my school social work certification. I do this not only for my licenses, but because the information surrounding mental health issues continue to evolve and change, and I am dedicated to remaining educated and effective in my profession. Even with everything that I learn and read, I still struggle to understand the complexities of transgender youth. How can the Board of Education rewrite policy without guidance from professionals and experts regarding this complex issue? I am a parent too, and I understand how you may feel you are entitled to know every complexity about your child. But as I understand it, my duty is to the safety and well-being of all students. Do you know how many of our students in Marlboro don't have a safe home or a safe space to disclose their true selves? Do you know how many of our students don't feel safe in their own homes or have people to talk to? Those are the students that I worry about with these changes to the policy. For a lot of these students you are targeting, the only person they can talk to are the various school mental health professionals in our Marlboro schools. From my understanding, as a public school, our focus is always the well-being of our students. If a student comes into school with bruises, I don't have an obligation to contact the parent or investigate. I have a duty to report to ensure that child is safe. I feel the same about protecting all students. This transgender policy has the highest suicide rate, this transgender population has the highest suicide rate, depression, cutting, and mental health issues beginning as early elementary school age. Do you think that that would be the case if they had a safe home environment? In reviewing more of the transgender policy changes, why are you taking out social and emotional learning and changing the term to supportive? Why are you changing student-centered approach to family-centered approach? Are these terminologies changing in all of our policies? If so, I have grave concerns. If a parent guardian is not supportive of their child, how do you think the school is going to be able to address and create a supportive plan? I read about that. We don't even provide intensive counseling for more common mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, and cutting. This is because we are a public school. We refer to outside services. How do you expect this public school district to address this complex issue within a public school setting and be able to keep these students safe? I am extremely disappointed in how this Board of Education is changing and manipulating policies to benefit a few outspoken parents, but not taking into consideration the majority of this community, its staff, and the students for whom we are responsible for. How is this what's best for our students and their...
I just wanted to respond. Thank you so much for your comment. I know for myself as a parent and a board member, I took the hypothetical situation into into my thoughts and as far as how I feel about the changes in the policy. As a parent, hypothetically, I have a student who goes to school and has concerns, and they go to the counselor. And I personally would like to be involved in that because I know I am an accepting parent who would, handle these challenges if they presented themselves. I also would not be able to wrap my head around the concept of a parent who would like to be left out of it. So if you have a student...
There's no back and forth.
This is fully hypothetical. I said that 3 times. I wouldn't want to be left out of the situation. There would never be an exemption email that I would send that says, if my child comes to counselor, I don't want to know, leave me out of it, you handle it. I don't think anyone would want their child to be dismissed in that way, even if you felt like the child was in danger. So obviously there are policies in effect that would protect the student, but as the parent, I also wouldn't want to be left out of their grades if they were afraid of failing and disappointing me. There are certain things that I feel personally that a parent should be involved in, and this isn't targeting a specific group of children. I'm also taking the children into consideration that don't fall into the purview of the LGBTQ community and feeling support as well. So there's a lot of things that were taken into consideration, and I just wanted to speak on that no one was targeted.
I think it was Ms. Tesler. I don't want to misspeak and say your name. There will be a second round of comments if you feel like you want to get up and speak again. You should know that you can come back up and say whatever piece you want to say. The one thing I just wanted to say, though, and please correct me in the next round of comments if I said it incorrectly, but you said something about a child who's cutting or whatever it may be not coming from a safe home, and that could be very far from the truth. There are children that conduct self-harm all the time that come from warm and loving environments, and sadly they're dealing with other mental health struggles. So cutting does not indicate that they came from a place that is not safe and supportive. And so and policy changes don't go into effect to placate any particular group of parents or whatever it may be. This board is taking, along with administration, a family-centered parental approach where parents should be involved the same way parents are involved in Genesis, the same way parents are involved in parent-teacher conferences, the same way parents should be involved in any aspect of their children's lives. We should not be creating secret, separate, confidential files from families. It just should not be that way. And I'm not going to speak on every comment, but I do just want to say that in a world where a child needs support, their family at home, and they're depressed, if a family does not know what's going on with their child and they're in school a period of time and then they spend a summer or their evenings at home, how do we never tell the family what's going on with the child? How will the family ever support that child? What will they do when the child's depressed and the family never knows? And if you said there's a high suicidal rate and something were to happen to that child and the school kept it a secret from the parent, what would happen next if that child sadly committed suicide and the family never knew and could have helped them in their own way? So we have to think of the child's safety exactly to what you said. And for us, this board, a family-centered approach is that.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you very much for speaking. I just wanted to say, not hypothetically, but I am one of those parents that school reached out to. I have a child who suffers with extreme anxiety, and the school was nothing but family-centered. School counselors would reach out to me. School counseling always included talk with the counselor, talk with the student, talk with parent, alone, separate, coming together. So I commend Marlboro for being family-centered and including me in the conversations that surrounded the anxiety, the real anxiety that my child was feeling. And I'm grateful that I was not left out of that. I also want to say that you're right that children, when they come in bruised or harmed or neglected or malnourished, we have an obligation to call social services. It used to be called DIFUS when I worked with them. Now it's DCP&P. I also want to say, though, if a family is struggling with how to navigate the journey their transgender child is going through, struggling to help them is not automatic abuse. So I just want to put that out there, that a parent can struggle, they can ask questions, they can say, I don't know how to deal, I'm not used to the changing of pronouns. How can I help my child with that? Asking questions and wanting to better parent their child or understand how to parent them through this alongside of them does not mean it's abusive. So I just, parents are parents, they're human, they struggle, and I think this policy gives them the opportunity to ask, how can I do this for my child alongside of them?
There was one other issue that wasn't addressed here, Mrs. Tessler. I believe it was your question regarding the constituencies who were met with. Did we meet with mental health professionals on 5 different occasions? And I'd like to publicly thank our staff members. We had principals, mental health professionals, counselors, school social workers, psychologists who I met with. Permutations of all of those different people. We had a core group who met 5 separate occasions, some who only met once of those 5 occasions, but we had a large group. I took their feedback. We had very productive discussions, as Mrs. Mendez mentioned earlier, and I really value all of your time and your feedback, and some of that feedback did make its way into the policy. I think it's important to understand we spent hours, many days, many hours at the policy committee table, and you could cherry pick many things in this policy that you personally don't agree with, right? I think there are a lot of people around the table, everyone doesn't agree with every word in the policy. I think it's very important to get above that, right? Because it's not about me, it's not about you, it's about getting above the issue and really looking at it from a high level. And when you do that, if we tout ourselves as a school district, if our unwavering theme is that we include families, that's what this policy is doing, and we do that everywhere. The New Jersey Department of Ed does it, or the federal government does it when we receive Title I money. We cannot run that program without demonstrating that we include families. We include families with everything, especially with a pre-K through 8 population, and we believe that that is the best way to support our students in whatever endeavor they're going through or experience that they have here. So if we get above the issue, and if we know, if we can all believe and say that including parents is the right way to go, then, knowing full well when you get into the granular level, you may not agree with a few things in the policy, but on a very high level, that's what this policy is doing.
Mr. Bolin, can I just ask you a quick question? In the last comment, and I don't want to misunderstand, that a lot of the mental health services are outsourced. In order to outsource mental health services for the students, do the parents have to be notified that an outside agency is coming in to talk to the child outside of the case of abuse and neglect? A parent does not have to be informed that DCP&P is being called and a DCP&P representative is coming to the school to interview the child. I get that. But the other outsourced mental health providers that was mentioned, is a parent informed somebody's coming in who provides mental health services and they'll be meeting with your child in order to procure that service?
So when our mental health professionals, call it contract out, their general practice is to engage families in supporting the child, right? Okay. So there's typically not a side deal with with an outside vendor to say we're supporting the child. And to their credit, they include families all the time, right? That is their goal. You'll talk to any mental health professional in our school district.
Correct.
Their goal is to really engage the family.
Okay, next to speak, Lindsay Baloa. Okay, next up, Deanna Christian.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm sorry to kind of change the course of the flow here. I wanted to actually talk about a different topic with regard to Respect Month that just passed. So for everybody here that doesn't know me, my name is Deanna Christian, and I'm a mother of one of very few, I'm gonna get cried during this, I'm sorry, a very few Black students in this district. I'm so sorry, I don't even know if I can do this. I'm here today to address the concerns I have about the rise in racism in the school district that I'm not sure if anybody is aware of. Since my son started middle school last year, he, along with his Black and Hispanic friends, have been harassed on the basis of their race. Speaking with other parents in the district, I also know that these racial issues also occur in other minority communities as well, with other minorities here as well. From comments about the texture of his hair to being called names, thank you very much, such as nigger and monkey, my son has endured too much at the age of 12. And frankly, I'm concerned for his mental health at this point. I'm disgusted and disappointed that when I come home from a hard day at work, I have to console my child and advise him of how to handle these comments in school when I myself don't even know how to even address them. I don't even know what to do at this point. I'm actually very emotionally exhausted, and he and his friends tell me that on average, they hear about 20 racist comments a day directed at one of them. It's 2023. I hope that everyone would agree here that this is unacceptable. To the caring and concerned parents in the room, I would ask you to please talk to your children. Explain to them that this is not okay, and encourage them to speak up for their peers and their friends, and let them know that it's okay to talk about these issues at home with you. To the parents here, that this falls on deaf ears, who could care less? I'm gonna go over this time, I'm sorry. Can I continue? Thank you. To the parents here that could care less about what I'm saying, or to those who speak these awful words in their homes, that is your right, but please understand that I am a vocal advocate for my child and any other child in this district that's experiencing these issues.
Ma'am, yes. We do have a second public participation, and if we allow one person to go over, we're going to have to allow everybody. So you have another second opportunity to finish whatever statement. We'd love to hear what you have to say, and we take it obviously.
It's literally 30 seconds if anybody
It's up to the board president.
Thank you. Just know that I am going to take this very serious for my child, and that I'm going to report all these incidences to administration and ask that HIBs be open for each and every one, and that the appropriate punishment be applied to those children who are saying these things to my child. So I encourage you to please talk to your children. To the board, I know that you have read these complaints, and know that you recognize that this is an issue. Administration at this school recognizes that this is an issue on the rise in this district. So I would ask you, what steps will this board take to ensure that my son, along with others like him, are kept safe, and that the administration is supported in their endeavors to end these racial issues in the school district. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Ms. Anu Shambag.
Thank you. I was actually going to talk about another issue. I usually come here prepared with some comments, but my daughter has been sick, and between work and home, I didn't have a chance. But I did want to speak in regards to the last speaker. I'm from India, and I wanted to bring up the fact and reinforce her story as well, that, you know, I don't usually like to talk about it because our philosophy has been, you know, you just have to be accepted, you assimilate, you keep quiet, and things will improve. My daughter started 6th grade this year, and she told me a lot of the events that happened in her bus. People telling her to say vinegar without the word V. You know, what do you get when you say vinegar without V? So she said these comments were directed at a couple of kids on the bus, and once they even told my daughter, you know, how come you're not sitting in the back of the bus? And I've always told Prisha, you know, you stand up for yourself because other people are watching, and I just, you know, told her to lay low. And she's been coming to me repeatedly. She doesn't like 6th grade. Her grades are fine because she doesn't like the kids that have been making these comments. And then I finally, you know, got together, made a HIB report, because I said, you know, this kind of behavior is when I started hearing from other people. It's not just my kid, it's happening a lot. And our community needs to be aware. And, you know, it's about time that we did something. So thank you for speaking to that. And so please keep this on your agenda. This is an issue that we have been pushing under the rug, but I think people are beginning to speak up, and I'm glad they are. Like I said, I had many issues. My daughter got sick, so I couldn't really write up a speech, but my friend wrote one up for me, so I'm going to just present it here. This is her speech. This board is sending the message to the community that the majority has no say in how our children are educated. We were given a survey to decide whether we felt the new standards were appropriate and necessary for our children to learn. 75% opted in. When we were posed this question, there was no inkling that these standards would become extracurricular, that we would have to log our children in on a Monday night for a virtual Zoom lesson. The same type of instruction that many of these members of the board had openly deemed ineffective in the past. The difference is virtual education was necessary during a pandemic, and things were taught during school hours. You are doing more than just involving parents in this. You are burdening them with keeping their children focused on a Zoom after school hours. We could opt out now, but that only furthers the impression that this material is unimportant. Also, by pushing gender identity to a little blip that is taught at night rather than in the classroom, we're sending the message to those students who question their own gender identity that they're alone. They're unimportant. It's too taboo to discuss during school hours with their peers.
Time is up, Mrs. Shamba.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
May I? I'll be quick. Thank you for your comment. I also appreciate you coming to the coffee chat that the community had to explain the webinar in great detail. Michael spoke for over an hour about the webinar and the way things looked for the webinar as far as the time of day and when they can watch it and when it would be available to them. We even discussed the importance of family when it came to this new health curriculum. So I was hoping that the attendees of the coffee chat would go back to their said friends who wrote these comments and would be able to give them the correct information, which is that this is the first time in New Jersey State that these health standards are being taught. So we are trying something as a district under the guidance of Mr. Balone as the curriculum, what did you call it? What was the arm of that committee, right? That's how you were addressing it. And I really was hoping for more communication and better transparency through the coffee chat We had over 60 people sign up and only about 15 people actually come. So we were definitely given the opportunity to explain the health webinar in great detail, thanks to the support of Mr. Balone.
Thank you, Mrs. Seward. Mrs. Schomburg, thank you for your comments, and thank you for coming to the coffee chat. It sounded like I think you were reading a statement for someone else, so I would be happy to speak with that person as well. I think we had productive conversation at the coffee chat. I've also had very productive conversations with other community members via telephone. Sometimes it's a little easier. We can have a dialogue back and forth and can at least understand each other's perspective. So if I have yet to speak with the person you read for, I would appreciate it if you can have that person reach out to me so we could have a personal conversation. Mrs. Christian, thank you for your comments. I would like to connect with you. It sounds like we haven't heard anything at the board level with respect to this. While we understand that we open up HIVs and investigations are happening, but from your perspective, this seems like a pervasive issue, and that is unacceptable here. So I would love to connect with you. If you leave before the end of the meeting, I'll try to keep my eye on you. I'll try to connect with you. If not, if we don't connect, please reach out to me, and then we can figure out a solution, certainly at the school level and then at the district level.
Mr. Balone, I'd like to add, maybe perhaps we could discuss the remediations and changes in programming per the HIBs that were founded, because when you write up the report, those have to be stated, so perhaps we could talk about that at the next meeting. And each school has a school climate team, so I'd like to know what have the trends been this year and present the goals for the 23-24 school year. Thank you.
Next to speak, Shashwat Tiwari.
I'm Shashwat Tiwari. I graduated from here in 2019, and it's my first time at one of these, so I might ramble a little bit. I don't really have anything prepared. I was just reading this policy, and that would be policy 5756. As one of the board members said, kind of the main objection here is that you're looking at it like a high level, and you're saying that you might not agree with every word that's in here, but I very heavily disagree. That's an extremely dishonest framing of what's going on here. When you say a high level, I agree. You should be involving families, right? But when you read the policy through, it really just seems like you're trying to strip away a safe space for students. And I know you said that, this safe space exists. But you really have to question why these students are going to go to counselors in school rather than their own parents first, right? And because this is the case, you kind of have to, like the older policy, I believe, is more accepting and more it's just a better policy, sorry. So one thing that I wanted to talk about is the except where there's a reason to believe that doing so would be a danger to the health or safety of a pupil. I'm very worried about the burden of proof for that. Like if the student just says it, would you do it, would you not do it? It seems a little bit iffy, and the burden of proof here, I just don't really think that that is a great policy to have, especially that since that students' safety could be involved, you're basically kind of playing fast and loose with their safety. And then the other main thing that I wanted to talk about is when there's a disagreement between the student and the family, right? And yes, I agree that family should be involved to a certain extent, but like disagreement here is it's doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, let's just put it that way, because there's a difference between a disagreement and just like not agreeing with someone's identity or discriminating against them, right? So like, for example, if the student says, my name is Y, and the parent is like, no, your name is X, well, there's no real conclusion or compromise that can be reached there. They're not going to change their name to Z, or, I want my pronouns to be, she, her, and the parent's like, no, you want he, him. They're not going to agree on they, them. Like, that's just not how it works. Like, this disagreement thing is doing a lot of heavy lifting, and I very much disagree with it. And the very last thing is, and I looked through the other policies to make sure that this line was actually not in the other ones. The very last line in the last page says, the board will continually review and update this policy to conform with current developments in law. This is not in any of the other policies. This just feels like a way to kind of roll back or change this as you wish. So that's all. Thanks.
Next up, Angelique Volpe.
Hello, everybody. My name is Angelique Volpe. I do not reside in this district. I'm from Colts Neck. I am here to support the parents that are in favor of the transgender policy changes. I definitely want to congratulate this board on moving forward with these changes. I hope that you stand strong and are not intimidated by anybody. I also want to just let you know that my daughter's safety resides mostly with me. There is no other person that is going to treat or take care of my daughter like I would. And to have these policies of the transgender policies in place, I don't feel that it's the right way to go. So I definitely hope that you move forward with making these changes, and thank you very much for your time.
Next up, Seth Amster.
I wanted to talk about this policy as well, but I also want to address what was said here. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, Deanna. You know, I being a religious minority and having slings and arrows thrown at you, you know, it's not what this country, I believe, stands for. And if it's happening here, and I believe you absolutely 100%, I think that it is the responsibility, not just of this board, but everyone sitting in this auditorium right now, to go home and have those conversations with our children. There's really, you know, irrespective of any policy, there's what ties back into the policy. There's no more important job for any parent here than to be a parent to your child. And if children are engaging in this type of behavior, then it is incumbent on us, no one else, not a school system, not a teacher, not an administrator. It's our job and our duty to lead our children. You know, other than that, I would just like to go back towards this policy. I'd just like to thank you for standing up for parents and families. The right to self-determination for ourselves and our children. There is no school official who will love or care for our children more than we do as parents and or families, and whatever makeup that is. Almost every major advocacy organization, including the WPATH, the World Professional Association for Transgender Healthcare Professionals, in their guidelines, the most recent guidelines, also encourage family involvement. I find it, what's disingenuous is when people come up to the mic, and I believe, when they say that children don't feel safe with their parents. Even in your opening comment, I'm sorry, even in your opening comment, your child came, okay, I apologize. I didn't mean to. What I mean to say is, I believe in my situation is that my child comes to me with issues. When my child, who's 16, just was going to a party, he came to me and asked me about drugs and alcohol, and we had a conversation about that. At the end of the party, I picked him up and we discussed it again. He was offered drugs and alcohol, and we had a long discussion. Now, I can't speak for every parent and every child. Every situation will be different. But I have tried to guide my children in the best way possible, and I believe that is the best path forward. Thank you.
Next is John Camera.
How you doing? John Camera, Colts Neck. I am a new board member in Colts Neck as well, but more importantly, I'm a father of 6 kids. 2 of them are 37 and 33. Then I've got from 15 to 11 in the school district currently, and I just wanted to make sure I took the time to come out here to support, congratulate, and thank you guys for moving forward with some changes. And I think everybody agrees. I think most people here are reasonable. We all care about the kids. We're all trying to do the right thing by the kids. And we all agree that parents should be teaching their kids to be accepting of others, not to be bullying anybody, not to be teasing, certainly not to be offensive to others. But the transgender policies that have been coming down from the state are just crazy to me. There's everything in there would be really appropriate for adults. They could use the facilities they want, where they feel comfortable. They could dress the way they want. The idea that these policies are for children, particularly in a K through 8 district, it just makes no common sense to me. I mean, in New Jersey, all the legislators agree that like a 12-year-old certainly can't make the decision because they can't know for sure that they want a tattoo, so they can't go get a tattoo. Yet, if that same 12-year-old decides they want to change their gender, the state of New Jersey and other people believe they should be able to do that and do it independently of their parents. It's crazy. I support what you're doing, and quite frankly, as the other speaker said, I hope you look at it again, because this is one small step, but quite frankly, the whole policy needs revamping way more extremely, and thank you.
Next up, Dara Ennie.
Thank you. Somebody was telling me, and because I did say that I am on the school board in Colts Neck, I certainly want to say that I'm not here speaking for the board or the administration or anybody other than myself as a father. Thank you. And thank you.
Hi, I'm Dara Ennie. Sorry. What I want to say is, when I sat on the policy committees several years ago, when this policy first came back and we revised it, well, we didn't really revise it, we just accepted it, there were several people who were very uncomfortable with keeping pertinent information away from parents, especially in the younger grades. Like the gentleman before me spoke about 12-year-olds. We're talking about kindergartners, 5- and 6-year-olds. And it was kind of strange that we sat there and we talked about how there really was no reason that any pertinent information should be kept away from parents. And then we voted, and much to my surprise, I was the only one who spoke up against this. One actually voted yes. One abstained. One took a phone call, never even voted on it. So the changes that you guys put in here are the things we actually spoke about, which was letting the parents know, don't keep this information from a 5, 6, 7-year-old's parents. And for me, I'm really proud of you guys, because you did the right thing by realizing that parents need to know this information. You're telling them about grades. Kids get beaten up at home if they don't get the grades they want, and yet we never once talked about keeping grades away from parents. So I'm really happy that you guys finally, after all these years, came around and realized that parents need to be kept in the loop about anything that's really important. So thank you very, very much. And I know it was hard to do, and you guys did a great job. Thank you.
Next, Deborah Venedum.
Good evening, Deborah Venedum. A couple questions. Obviously, lots of social media posts, lots of misinformation going on in Marlboro land. Can you clarify that we are not going to be sued by the state or any litigation if we move forward with the change to 5756? Does this impact state funding since we are making the changes? And one more time, can you all confirm that what the state provides is, quote, guidance, not law? Thank you.
In response to your questions, I certainly can't guarantee that we won't be sued. It's pretty easy to sue these days. But in my opinion, my legal opinion, any lawsuit involving parents in these decisions would be frivolous. And I don't think it would go anywhere. And we would move to dismiss it right out of the gate. That's number one. Number two, yeah. No, look, I don't think the state would sue us, and nor do I believe the state would withhold state funding for involving parents in these important decisions. So, no, I think that would be highly unlikely. And then in response to your last question, yes, the Department of Education has come out with a guidance document, and our former policy pretty much mirrored the guidance document, but it was just that. It was guidance. It was not set forth in statute. It was not set forth in regulation. The only thing the regulation said was that the board had to have a transgender policy, which we obviously complied with and had the policy. And Marlboro did what most districts have done throughout the state, which is pretty much take the guidance document and put it into a policy.
Next, Dahlia Salama.
Good evening, Dahlia Salama, 1 Tupelo Drive, Marlboro. First, I want to say to Mrs. Kristen, I share you. My son this year in 6th grade, he was bullied as well. He was told he was ugly and like he's short and he's taller than me. And I feel you, I hear you, and it's an issue. I just talked to my son that kids who bully, they have problems. And I did my thing as a parent. I told him, I know not everybody would like to hear that, but I told my son, let's pray for this son, for this kid who bullied you. And actually, they started to be friends. So, and I pray for your son. My husband and me moved to Marlboro especially for schools. For Marlboro petition of a perfect place for families and great loving parents. As a parent, our children, our most precious lifetime investment. That's why we ask you to include parents in changes that will be done to 5756. No one ever will love children more than their parents. Parents must know everything about their children to help and guide them. When a student causes a problem, school reaches his or her parents. Why is it appropriate for school to reach parents for trouble but not for crucial thing like a child identity? During school years, students are growing, changing, especially at teenage when each day the child is with a different mood and different opinion, when hormones play a big role. As a result, parents should be aware of what's happening to their child at school. Please, I ask you to include parents. For exception of having abusive parents, as some may bring to your table, I'm confident school can investigate such cases very well through social services. We'll take the right steps and so will help the student. Also, I urge you to change bathrooms and locker rooms in the same policy. It's literally discriminative to all students except transgenders. All students should be respected. Trans kids, boys, and girls. What if any kind of harassment or abuse happened there where no cameras to prove anything? What would happen? we will be creating victims with lost rights. If any of you have a son and a daughter, definitely you don't allow them to change clothes in front of one another at home in the same room or use the bathroom at the same time. Simply, it's privacy. I kindly ask you to think about other options to include and respect everyone regarding this matter. Thank you.
Next, Moshe Grant.
Good evening, Moshe Grant, 8 Southbury Road. Happy belated Mother's Day to every mother on the board and every mother sitting here in the crowd. Unfortunately, I end up missing Mother's Day with my son because we had to attend a soccer tournament. It was a very difficult moment. On one hand, it was beautiful. They had a soccer tournament that was very successful. On the other hand, my son couldn't say Happy Mother's Day to his mother. Personally, in our family, it's a big deal. My 2 little daughters spend the whole afternoon upstairs making paper flowers to bring to their mother. Now, did all of you reach out to your mother and say Happy Mother's Day, whether they're here or even if they're not here anymore? In all reality, we're talking about children that are K through 8. Now, we can act as if we own their lives and we're going to save them from the worst humankind parents on the planet. But in the end of the day, they're going to leave the school system. And they're going to be all alone. Yeah, there's going to be a program here and someone over there who makes believe that they care about them. But when the school system is done, the hype is over. What are you leaving them with? If you do not find a way to get the parents involved, I don't care what you think, you're hurting those children. Now, I respect everyone. We have the right to pursue happiness any way we want. We have the right to believe in whatever we want and be any way we want. And I have no place to be able to criticize someone for what they believe they should be. It's their right. But who am I to take the relationship that a child might potentially have even with a parent who's not perfect for a lifetime? Because at the age of 10, I believe that I know what I'm doing for them. Are you going to be here when they're 50 years old, 40 years old, 30 years old? Are you going to be here later on if one of them turns around and says, you know what, I made a mistake? Are you going to be here to fix a 40-year-old relationship with those parents? Keep that in mind when you make decisions. Thank you so much.
Next, Sangeeta.
Hi, my name is Sangeeta and I'm a Marlboro resident. 2 of my boys have graduated from Marlboro Middle School and I totally echo the sentiment. They have been bullied. I have called and I have not got a single help. So I would urge this board to please take bullying very seriously. It's something that comes from home environment or from friends, so please make sure that every parent sitting in here have that conversation with your kids. I would like to talk more about the policy, the transgender policy. I've been hearing a lot, and I would say the rules are made for exceptions. I know every single parent loves their kids, but then there are foster kids. Why? Because there are exceptions in parents. And if a kid is coming to someone, the counselor, to tell them and confine in them by telling the parents you are not giving them safe environment. Any rule, pick up any rule book, it's only for exception. Not all of us are thieves, not all of us are murderers, but there are exceptions and that's why the rules are made. So let's keep that in mind, that we have to give that safe environment to the kids who are coming. And the only thing, and as you rightly said, there's only one word that has been changed, and that is going to change the fate of that kid forever. That kid is not getting that safe environment by telling the parents. If the parents were strong, and I'm sure we are very close to our kids. If you're strong, you would not need to hear it from the school. They would go to you first. So please make a very, very safe environment at home. And if the kid is coming to you, believe that the safe environment is not at home. So please take that seriously and give them that opportunity. What I didn't hear was there a professional actually consulted? I heard principals were spoken to, counselors were spoken to. Did we actually speak to the counselors or professional who sit at the boards for transgenders about their mental safety, about their physical safety, about what they would do if they are not kept safe, and if their conversation with the counselors are not kept safe? So please elaborate on that. And I don't know what the policy is, but I would definitely want to see who are the counselors that have been consulted and what their qualifications are. I know principals, teachers, school counselors are very good, but I'm talking about professionals who have seen this in and out all their life and have done it. And as someone was saying, it's not targeting a community. Definitely it is targeting a community. I strongly believe that we are targeting. As a parent, I'm very close to my kids, they tell me, but if they are not telling me, I would give them their space. Thank you.
Can I just follow? I'm sorry, I'll be brief. I'm just trying to understand. I will never know the pain that your child is going through. I will never fully understand what that feeling is like. And I respect you asking for the parents to talk to their children. What is different from keeping the parents involved then with a transgender student? You're asking for parents to be involved to teach their children to do better and stop bullying and speak with kindness. We've all agree on this topic that it's unaccepted. Why then do you want the parents to not be involved if the student is struggling with identity? Where's the connect there? It's very hypocritical to say, please talk to your parents, please talk to your children, teach them to do better, be involved in your children's lives, teach them how to be, how to love everyone and speak with kindness, and then in the same exact sentiment, you're saying the child should get a safe space and the parents shouldn't be involved. I'm just trying to understand the difference.
The only thing I just want to say, and I appreciate the story that you shared, I just want to say one last note on that comment, though, is that we're really painting parents in a light. You mentioned the exception, and we're painting parents almost in a light that children should be fearful of their families. And I just want to be mindful that we don't want to broad brush all parents to say the children should be afraid to speak to them and they're not the safe space. We should have a supportive environment both in school and at home. I don't want to paint this picture of parents in this light that they're not supportive. There are those horrible situations where parents are not supportive. But in this school district, we're hoping that a lot of parents are. And I just don't want to broad brush these parents to say that you're not safe, because that's just not fair to the families that are in this district, in this community. There will be some, but there is in place here safety for those children. There is a safe space for them. Now, I took your feedback, sir, with, I don't remember your name, but sir, I appreciated your feedback about the disagreement of gender identity and pronouns between the parents and the students. And I took a note that we'll go back to the policy committee and see how that looks and feels. So I want to just thank you for your feedback on that. So thank you for that. But I just want to be mindful of the fact that we shouldn't paint all parents in one light of that they're not the safe space. But again, I know, listen, I'm not here to change anybody's mind. We're all here to share our feedback and thoughts. That's why we're here today. So thank you.
I also wanted to comment on your comment. First of all, for the first time, I think you did a wonderful job. So you were very well spoken and it came out very clear. And I can tell that you really read the policy and put a lot of thought into it. I did want to address, and I think you kind of talked about it as a heavy burden in one direction. I just don't want to also paint a picture that if a child is transitioning or they want to change their pronouns or identity, that the school or the teachers are handling it like a knee-jerk reaction. They make a comment, and all of a sudden a teacher runs to the phone and calls a parent and says, "Do you know what your kid just told me?" And I think that some of the comments are putting it out there like that. I think that I have seen a lot of evidence with Marlboro staff that they do an amazing job. We have amazing counselors here, and I've worked with so many of them with my own children. So, Mr. Ballone, if a child is going through this journey, I won't even call it a struggle, because maybe for the child it's not a struggle. It's not a struggle. They're committed to this. They know who they are. I don't even think a teacher would make that phone call. I think the teacher would talk to a mental health professional in the district. I don't even think that we put it that it's an immediate phone call. The child says a comment, the teacher overhears it, and then all of a sudden this ball is rolling. So I think that it might be a heavy burden, but teachers and these professionals deal with this heavy burden all the time. And kids, sometimes they make comments like, "Oh my gosh, I got an F on this science test, my parent's gonna kill me." And then a teacher has to seriously weigh that. What does that actually mean? And they go to a professional. So I think teachers use that mindfulness and wisdom in every situation with a child. When parent-teacher conferences are happening, parents come in all the time, and a teacher has to decide how are they going to put things in parent-teacher conferences, especially when it's very sensitive information. So I just wanted to talk to Mr. Ballone. It's not a knee-jerk reaction. There's a lot of thought and effort and sensitivity to the whole family, especially the student in this, correct?
That's correct. And the policy in and of itself actually has a provision in there where the principal and or designee will speak with the child prior to notification of the parent. So just a teacher, if a child comes up to a teacher in the moment in class, when that class ends, the phone is not being picked up by that teacher. We're engaging in all of the professionals that we have in this school district, and we're very lucky to have many of them. So to answer your question, absolutely. I think it segues nicely. Mrs. Tawari, I believe that's your last name. You wanted me to clarify the professionals I spoke with, and I will deem them professionals. They were district employees, but it was a wide array of individuals, some of whom have PhDs, or psychologists. We have some of whom have their own private practices outside of our school district. Our counselors are licensed and credentialed in school counseling. So to have the connotation that they are not professionals, I think we all need to understand that they are. Did I contact outside agencies? I didn't. But I did have 5 different meetings with our own professionals here. And I'm not saying that everyone agreed with everything we were saying, right? We had very productive dialogue, but in the end, we got to a good spot, and as I mentioned before, we did take some of their feedback, and in the last paragraph of that family-centered approach, one of the middle school counselors brought it up. I think there was the same sentiment across a lot of the counselors, and that was inserted in there. So I do thank that person for that feedback. So we took their feedback very seriously, took a lot of their time, but really to clarify your question, they are professionals on many different levels.
Next, Bonnie Gabazon.
Bonnie Gabazon, Marlboro. I would like to thank the board for considering changes to policy 5756 and to express my support for those changes. There should never be a policy that deliberately keeps parents in the dark about the emotional well-being of their child, particularly in the case of a child experiencing gender dysphoria. That is a complex condition that is often accompanied by social challenges and emotional distress, and it is imperative and potentially life-saving for parents to be involved and informed about the emotional well-being of their children. A young child does not have the capacity or the emotional or intellectual maturity to decide what their parents should or should not know when it comes to their well-being, and the school does not have the right to decide. Schools keeping secrets from parents about their children put students for potential harm and the district at great potential liability. That's my statement on that. I'd also like to address Ms. Christian. I am glad you spoke up tonight. I actually remember seeing posts on social media, and you sounded distraught, and my heart broke, and I actually suggested that you come here and speak because I know we have an excellent board. I've come here for years, and I know that this is one very effective venue to have your voice heard and to actually make change. My suggestion in terms of bullying, I would say that over the years I've noticed that since the whole HIB thing is the route to go with bullying, I feel like it's gotten worse, and I feel like that's because there is no immediate accountability for the kids. I think it goes through some process. I remember way back when my son was in 3rd grade and he had an issue with a student bullying him, and the only course was to file a HIB report, and I just didn't want to do that to a 10-year-old who was bullying, but maybe it's, you know, a developmental normality at that age, and I didn't want to put that on a 10-year-old to go through that whole process. I wish we could go back to some sort of the old days when a child does something completely inappropriate, like bullying a child, as Ms. Christian described, that the parents are called in. I mean, whatever happened to getting a phone call from the principal? I think that goes a long way. And in fact, in my case, rather than file the HIB report, the school would not put me in contact with the parent. I found her on Facebook. I asked her if she would be open to a conversation. She was. We had a conversation. It was squashed. The kids went on to be friends. I think we've made it a much bigger problem than it needs to be, when it could perhaps be addressed more immediately with consequences for the kids who are acting that way. That's it. Thank you.
Vin? Sorry, just just one thought on the HIB policy. Just so you know, Ms. Gabazon, Ms. Christian, in our last policy meeting from last week, we actually took a long, hard look at the HIB policy. So you'll see that coming in future meetings for first reading. We actually already took a look at it. We had some changes. We worked with Mr. Zittimer as well in our policy meeting regarding HIB. So that's our bullying policy. So more to come on that, but thank you for bringing, you know, some of your suggestions as well. We appreciate it.
I just wanted to, we've been talking a lot about safe space, a lot of community members talking about safe space, and I agree. I want to, you're right, there are exceptions. There are abusive households. I have seen a lot of abuse in my life through past employment, a lot. And we have in this policy what happens if we feel a child is in an abusive situation. To not talk about the exceptions, if we're looking for safe space, I want to just put out there, if the policy remained the same and a child came to their teacher, it's May, and they needed a safe space. When school ends, where's that safe space in the summer? After 3 o'clock. I'm not sure, you know, when people are coming up talking about this, what their mind is in the therapy a child will get in school. How often do you think that happens? Are they pulled from math? Or how does their academics go? How many times a week? I know a parent came up and talked about how their child, they weren't ready to talk to a parent, but that parent took them to a therapist outside where you can make numerous appointments. So in the summer, where is that safe space? After school, where is that safe space? If a child's in 5th grade and now they've developed a safe space at their elementary school, but now they're going to middle school, do they have to find a new safe space? What are the answers to that if you wanted to keep the policy the same? So I have all those questions formulating in my head because so many people are bringing up safe space. However, I do know that my child comes home to me every day. Summer break, winter break, after school. when they transition from, my daughter's in Abbott. If she has a takeaway transgender, if she has an issue and a struggle, she'll be going to Robertsville next year, and then she's there for a few years, and then she'll be going to another school. But I will tell you, she comes home to me every day. I would love to be the safe space for my child. So if the school can help bridge that, then I think that's wonderful. But I'm just, you know, where is the safe space in this environment where, you know, like I said, it's summer soon.
Next, Farabono.
Farabono, Nashua Drive, Marlboro. I wanted to begin by referring to our first speaker who shared that she did provide a safe space, but her child just wasn't ready. And I believe, Ms. Jankowski, you also said it best when you said we are a family-centered district. Our staff care. Our staff lose sleep. As a teacher, I have been to Jersey Shore Pediatric Unit. My child has never been admitted there. I've been to Robert Wood. I've traveled the state to visit students' soccer games, to provide and care for them. As a mom, my family comes first. My children come first. I see how my child behaves. I see how my child dresses. I know my child. But as I used to sign my emails, it takes a village to educate a child, and I'm recruiting members for the village. It also takes a village to raise children. We, as parents, are the core. But we rely on others. A family-centered approach is fabulous, but it takes away an environment. I'm not going to use the term safe place, because it's an environment where children feel comfortable to express themselves. Sometimes it could be, we get questions as educators, you get questions all day. This removes that environment, the language that specifically states, in the spirit of transparency and parental involvement, there is an affirmative duty for the district to notify. I understand it's not a knee-jerk reaction. It's not immediate. Different language could be used. To work together, it does take a village to work together. But I believe you've heard from both sides of the community, and the policy does need some language tweaks. I don't know if Strauss and whatever has a chat box that you guys can type something in and it'll give you different versions, but there are codes of confidentiality that certain staff members with certain certifications are required to keep. And I wonder, I have no idea, but does this policy violate any of that confidentiality? I'm not saying eliminate the parent, but I'm saying we need to revisit it, because it shouldn't be an affirmative duty. It shouldn't be the first call. And piggying back to our community members, some are here, I hope this Board of Ed also listens to the community regarding what is being shared tonight about bullying, devoting as much time to creating a policy. I appreciate the HIB, but a behavior policy where students and family are held accountable for the behaviors of the children during the day.
Thank you, Mrs. Bono. Just to address one question you had regarding confidentiality and licenses with professionals. So the American School Counselor Association, which is an organization our counselors are guided by, we had that discussion at our many meetings that took place. And when you delve deeply into their guidance, again, it's not law, but it's their guidance, ultimately they do say to lean on your school policy as the overarching end-all be-all. So I hope that answers your question. There's nothing illegal or ethically, morally against their license. They're not going to lose their license because of this policy. But ASCA guidance does actually tell them, you know, whatever your school policy dictates is really what you should be following.
I just wanted to thank you and everyone else that's shared so far. I've been pretty quiet tonight, trying to take in all the information, you know, that's being shared. I do want to thank everyone for their input, and you know, whoever else is going to come up and speak. Having had the opportunity to sit on the policy committee with Val and everyone else that had, you know, partook in it, you know, they're not exaggerating when they say the countless hours, you know, that were spent on this. I mean, we've been reviewing this for months now, trying to get it right. And I just want to say that, you know, there's always going to be those scenarios that, you know, someone doesn't fit exactly into this, you know, policy. And in those situations, I'm trusting our administration and our staff to, you know, handle it appropriately per the policy. And I got to be honest, I'm proud of the way that this policy reads. It's, you know, to me, it's a very good compromise between all of the, you know, everyone's wishes that lives in the community. I mean, at the end of the day, I think we just need to stand back and realize that we're talking about young kids here. They're minors. You cannot keep the parents out of the loop. It just cannot happen. God forbid one of those kids takes their own life. God forbid one of those kids takes their own life and the parent was never notified. Whenever you run those scenarios in your head, just run that through right after and ask yourself if it's okay.
I'm sorry, Vinny. Mrs. Bono, I want to just thank you for your comments. I took some notes for our next meeting. You talked about the word affirmative, right, duty, so thank you. I took that note. And the other one is about a behavior policy. And so I did take that too, and that will be part of our next policy meeting. And so I appreciate the feedback as well.
Next up, Megan Fitzsimmons.
Good evening. I've spoken out before when this policy was first, the potential for it to be modified was first introduced. I've been very honest and open that I am against changing this policy. I am a licensed clinical social worker in the state of New Jersey, and I'm a member of the NASW. And we do have a code of ethics, and one of the major violations of those ethics is breaching confidentiality of a therapeutic client. I don't care if that client is 4 or 54. So one of the issues that I have with the policy potential change is that our counselors, whether they be psychologists, school counselors, social workers in the district, you enter into a therapeutic relationship with your client, whether it's a child, an adult, and one of the first things you tell them is you have a duty to warn. So you tell them that when you will breach their confidentiality will be if they state that they're a danger to themselves or to others, and that we have a duty to warn. I am concerned that these changes in this policy will now force our mental health staff to warn children before they get into a therapeutic conversation or relationship that they're policy bound to notify their parents around the issue of transgender. I really don't understand why there's a need to change the policy. The decision for an individual, whether it's a minor or an adult, about the issue of transgender, being transgender, is an individual issue. It does have a ripple effect to the family, to the community, but it is a student-centered issue. It's not a family-centered issue when you're in that therapeutic relationship. I was on the original committee when this policy was first developed. And one thing that we've not talked about is what we were tasked with then. They're working with the children to help them reach out to their parents, to share with their parents their feelings, and to help get them the help that they need to further explore this. I've not heard, and I attend all the counselors' meetings because the Early Learning Center doesn't have a school counselor. I've not heard that there's been issues with this policy. I only know the students that it's helped. And right now, students could be disclosing to their counselors that they think they may be gay, they may be lesbian, non-binary, thinking about exploring, sexual activity. Those issues are not being disclosed to parents, at least initially. They may work toward that. So I don't understand why the transgender community is being singled out here. Thank you.
Next up, Ashley McCormack.
Ashley McCormack, 16 Riley Road. I don't have anything written, but I'm sitting here as a parent and I'm listening to everybody and thanks. Just listening to everybody come up and when somebody dies, when they kill themselves and the family is left behind, every single day of their life until they die, they ask why. 100% they ask why. They might know that their family member struggled with drugs, or they had mental health issues, or they struggled with LGBTQ issues, or whatever it is. Whatever caused them to kill themselves, their family is left behind for the rest of their life to ask why. If, God forbid, this ever happened to my child, and my child did that, and I found out that the school knew and nobody told me, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. So I appreciate all of the hard work, all of the hours it took. Please pass this, please. No one should be aware of something like this in a pre-K through 8 district without telling the parents they're our children. Let us love them. Let us do what we need to do to support them, even if it doesn't mean that they're getting 100% support because the parents aren't welcoming to it. We're not in that time anymore. There are teachers and there are counselors that will support them in school and will help the parents get there. Don't pass this policy, please.
Last on the list, Carmela Spieler.
I just want to say that I don't represent the views of Nerd Focus. No, I'm just kidding. Somebody had given me this sweatshirt. I thought that would be funny after somebody said that. So the issue is the struggles with the children. And I'm sorry to those parents and their children that have been bullied. I, too, am a parent of a child who was bullied from later elementary to middle school all the way into high school. She's a young adult now, and guess what? We're still struggling with the scars from that. So I can feel all their pain, and I get it. But I was involved, and I was told about it, and I'm still watching for it, because it's still a struggle, and it's real, and I hate to say it, the scars never go away. Children are a gift from God to their parents. They do not belong to the board, the state, the government. They belong to their parents. And no one is ever going to love their child more than their parents do. What I don't understand, that I'm struggling with, is that Why do other parents want to dictate what other parents want to know and what other parents want to be involved with? If you don't want to be involved, we can't force parents to be involved. We always encourage them. But if you think this is an issue that needs to be private and separate, then that's between the parent and that child. But if there are the parents that do want to know, then they should be involved. And they should have that right, and it should not be denied. And the other issue is that I see out of all of this discussion going on is that everyone else will know. The teachers will know that Johnny or Susie wants this or that or this pronoun and that. Other students will know, but the parent themselves will be in the dark and not know. The safety in the school is helping to inform the parents and those relationships, whatever it is. Even if it is rough for a parent to accept something that a child comes to them with that, how will they grow and support them for the rest of their lives? So to those who disagree, how can you tell these parents they can't be involved in their children's lives? And why do you care? It's not your child. Thank you.
So that is it on both my lists for first public comment. I have 2 for the second, and then Mr. Tawari and Mrs. Tawari. Since you already spoke on the first, we would have to hold yours till the second public comment to speak again.
Policy Development and Community Relations Matters. Aldo?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, first readings. Policy 2530, 3217, 5111, 5308, 5756, and 6112. I so move.
Do I have a second? Michael? Any discussion? Susie?
I have a question. So just there was a lot of talk, comments on 57, 56, and Val, you said that you were going to take back the suggestions, you know, changing some of the wording, for example, the feedback that, you know, changing the word affirmative or looking into that, discussing that. If we're going to make changes to that, do we still vote on it now on the first reading?
Yes, we would still vote on it for the first reading, and it's proper to make changes between the first and the second reading. As long as we're not doing a complete wholesale revision of the policy, it would be proper to bring it up for a second reading. I've had districts where you completely change it, and you could always go back and do another first reading, but I think the changes we talked about this evening would still warrant a second reading in a future meeting.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? I see none. Roll call.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Mrs. Piernick?
As a school counselor, I'm abstaining from policy 5756 and yes to everything else.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Shrem?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Jankowski?
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
And Mrs. Amster?
Yes. Communications?
No communications.
Superintendent's report, HIB?
From the period April 27th, 2023 through May 10th, 2023, 3 incidents.
Can I ask a question about that, just since we had so much comments on, you know, and discussion on bullying, HIB. At some point, can we go through that whole process, like explain it again, like what we do as a board, what it means when it comes to you? Like when you say that there's 3 here, what does that mean? You know, I'm sure there's more, you know, questions and calls before it gets to that level of 3. So can you explain further what that means, and can we discuss it a little bit further so that we can try to help what everybody or what the community has been saying here tonight?
Sure. So those 3 incidents, do you mind? Those 3 incidents are confirmed HIB, right? So when there's an investigation done at the school level, you also have in your board scans for every meeting, I know there's a lot in there, but in your board scan there is an HIB spreadsheet, and Mrs. Rosado had actually asked for some additional information, so we have added that additional information so we could look at trends. I know, Mrs. Piernick, you said you wanted to look at trends, so we can certainly do that. But what you're seeing here, when I say 3 incidents, those are 3 confirmed incidents, not of all of the ones that were opened. So not a huge number, but 3 is too many, right? We want 0.
Right, and then what happens when it gets confirmed, like the whole process? Can we go through that?
So there's, yeah.
Like,
so
how does it get to the point of being confirmed? What happens once it's confirmed? What type of follow-up is there? Can you go through that whole process with us?
Sure. So it happens at the building level. They have the anti-bullying specialist gets involved. We have the HIB policy, as Mrs. Mendez said, we're reviewing at the policy committee table, and we're proposing some changes as well to that. There is a very strict timeline in terms of day count, when notification happens to parents. Ultimately, letters get sent out from my office, so I have to sign letters. I did them today, and letters get sent out to the victim and also to the perpetrator. So the parents are notified, and discipline is delivered through the student code of conduct. But ultimately, we do take this very seriously, but in hearing more than one community member talk about this as a serious issue, I'm already thinking about ways that we can support our students, and perhaps, you know, let's continue the theme of including parents, maybe even have some parent information sessions about bullying and the types of bullying. So we know that it does happen it starts in the home, right? Starts in the home. Conversations at the house need to support our students, just like we support them in school. So I'll come back to the board with some suggestions about that, but my wheels are already spinning on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just wanted to piggyback on one thing that Mr. Balone said, which is that a parent ultimately, upon receiving the determination from the HIB specialist and the administration, does have a right, if they're not satisfied, to come before the Board of Education to appeal the determination. The board will listen to the case, and then ultimately the board will issue a decision to either affirm, reverse, or modify the decision of the administration, and the board would issue an opinion to the parents as to why they reached the conclusion that they reached. And ultimately, if the parent's not satisfied with the board's determination, they could ultimately go to the Commissioner of Education for an appeal there. So there's appeal mechanisms, and it's all spelled out in great detail in our policy 5512, which we mentioned earlier we're working on. It's about a 20-page policy.
Any other questions?
No. Okay. Thank you.
Meeting dates, Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, regular. Vin, Business Administrator's Report, monthly certification, payroll certification.
Yep, so this is the submission for the Board Secretary's monthly certification for April and the payroll certification for the month of April.
Committee reports. Mr. Balone, for Christina, do you want to discuss curriculum? Great.
So the curriculum committee, I'm reporting out from Mrs. Rosado, who is the chair of the curriculum committee. Just to give everybody an update, as we know, there are new math and ELA standards that are currently under review at the Department of Ed's level. We have split up both math and ELA among the members of the curriculum committee. There is a feedback period which begins on June 7th. So we have been working over the course of the last month or so to go through every single standard, K through 8, to provide feedback to the New Jersey Department of Education on those standards. So all of us have contributed to a collaborative document. We have some very productive sessions that we've already held. We meet weekly as an update. Typically happens on Thursdays, and we come together to discuss our progress. By June 7th, we intend on writing a formal letter communication via email to the New Jersey Department of Education with some of our concerns and questions before they actually approve the standards at their level. They have a very similar structure than we have here, but it's a state level board, and ultimately they do approve the standards. This will be the first time that we've ever done something like this, and I'm very proud that the curriculum committee has decided to take this on, and we'll report back once we finalize that process.
Thank you, Mr. Balone. Annette, do you want to discuss Communications Committee?
Yes, on May 10th, last Wednesday, the coffee chat, our first coffee chat, commenced in the board building. I just wanted to thank Morgan Gross, Tricia Tindorf, and Megan Lee for all of their help executing our tiny idea into a reality. Like I said earlier, we had over 60 respondents and roughly 20 attendees, so hopefully for our next coffee chat we'll have a little more of a turnout. Mr. Balone gave a very in-depth explanation of the health lesson webinar, and we had a healthy discussion where parents were able to discuss their concerns from both sides of the spectrum. So keep an eye out for our next coffee chat, which will be in the fall. Enjoy your summer.
Thank you. Val, Policy Committee.
I know you're tired of hearing me already. Just kidding. So we went over some of the policies this evening that obviously just were approved for first reading. We do have a couple of policies that are coming up, so we met last week and discussed other policies as well. Just so you know, keep an eye out. There are some that we're already working on. Policy 5516, which is the use of electronic communication and recording devices. Policy 5310, which is health services. Policy 5305, which is health services personnel. Policy 2520, which is instructional supplies. And then we have a couple of others. Policy 9130, which is public complaints and grievances. We have Policy 5512, which is harassment, intimidation, and bullying. So we were looking at that in our last meeting. Policy 7440, which is school district security. So you'll see some of those on the horizon that are coming out for first read. We'll go for feedback and so forth, and our next policy meeting will be held next week.
Thank you. Michael, Safety and Security.
Safety and Security. Well, I'd like to give an update on the questions asked regarding the security of before and after care. As stated in my last report, changes to pick-up and drop-off procedures were going to be put into place along with additional security measures. Those changes have now been put into place. Additionally, Champions, our current before and after care provider, was tasked with procuring costs for armed security at each building through private firms. The costs involved came in extremely high, and the concern is that the program would not be able to continue at those costs. In the board's effort to see if there's perhaps another provider that could provide the same services at a reasonable cost, we've asked administration to put out an RFP, which is a request for proposal. And once that comes back and is reviewed by the full board and the committee and the administration and the committee, the board will survey the parents and or caregivers, all who are involved in the program, with the most cost-effective option to see if the program is sustainable. At the conclusion of that survey and subsequent board discussion, I will be prepared to give the next update.
Thank you, Michael. Kerry, any update with the Special Education Committee?
The Special Education Committee met with Dr. Blair about 2 weeks ago. And during that time, we discussed the pop-up shop of the Super Dog. So that was very exciting for us. I think that the students and staff did an amazing job. So we were very grateful to be a part of that. And the presentation that they put on was amazing. The other thing that we discussed that's ongoing is we're talking about how to increase the inclusivity, more specifically about school-based events. And that's still in the works and an ongoing discussion.
Thank you. Financial and Business Operations Matters. Susie.
The Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, transfers. 2, list of bills. 3, Secretary monthly reconciliation reports. 4, travel. 5, harassment, intimidation, bullying report. 6, tax levy. 7, participation in coordinated transportation. 8, appropriation of additional play proceeds. 9, contract renewal, year 1, food service management company, contract. 10, home instruction. 11, New Jersey State contract purchase. 12, approval of agreement with Cablevision Lightpath. 13, school bus emergency evacuation drill report. 14, donation. 15, donation. 16, state contract purchases. I so move.
Do I have a second? Annette, any discussion? See none?
So number 9, there's just a correction on the FSMC fee. It should be $100,225, not $102,600. Should be $100,225. Okay, roll call vote. Mrs. Jankowski?
Yes.
Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes to everything except I'm abstaining from number 4.
Thank you. Mr. Paterno?
Yes.
Mrs. Piernick?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Shrem?
Yes.
And Mrs. Amster?
Yes to everything, abstain from number 4.
Okay, thank you.
Personnel matters, Jessica?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, application for disability retirement. 2, retirement. 3, reassignment and transfer, certificated staff. 4, school counseling summer work. 5, curriculum, peer-to-peer family night presenter. 6, curriculum writing, ELA reading list revisions. 7, curriculum writing, ELA writing task rubric revisions. 8, curriculum writing, ELA revised units of study, K-5. 9, 15, curriculum writing, math, revised units of study based on feedback, K-5. 16, curriculum writing, math, revised units of study based on feedback. 68, algebra 1 and geometry. 17, curriculum writing, math, revised Google Docs and link it compatibility based on formatting, suggestions, and data, grades 1 through 3. 18, curriculum writing, math, revised Google Docs and link it compatibility based on formatting, suggestions, and data, 4 to 5. 19, curriculum writing, math, revised Google Docs and link it compatibility based on formatting, suggestions, and data, grades 6 to 8. 20, curriculum writing, math, revised Google Docs and link it compatibility based on formatting, suggestions, and data for algebra 1 and geometry. 21, curriculum writing, math, check Google Doc and link it compatibility based on formatting, suggestions, and data, grades 1 through 5. 22, curriculum writing, math, check Google Doc and link it compatibility based on formatting, suggestions, and data, grades 6 to 8, algebra 1 and geometry. 23, curriculum writing, math, revised common performance task based on feedback, formatting, and suggestions, grades 3 to 5. 24, curriculum writing, math, revised common performance tasks based on feedback, formatting, and suggestions, grades 6 to 7. 25, curriculum writing, social studies, rewrite performance-based assessments for grades 6 to 8. 26, curriculum writing, ESL, sources for first-year ESL students. 27, curriculum writing, health services, nurses, update nurses manual. 28, grade level waiver assessments. 29, ESL screening. 30, mentor resource facilitator, 23-24 school year. 31, Marlboro Academy for new teachers, resource staff, and administrators, AKA Mantra for technology trainers. 32, curriculum writing, special education ELA revised units of study for grades K to 2. 33, curriculum writing, special education ELA revised units of study for grades 3 to 5. 34, curriculum writing, special education ELA revised units of study, grades 6 to 8. 35, curriculum writing, special education math, revised curriculum guides for grades K to 5. 36, curriculum writing, special education math, revised curriculum guides for grades 6 to 8. 37, curriculum writing, special education math, revised units of study for grades K to 2. 38, curriculum writing, special education math, revised units of study for grades 3 to 5. 39, curriculum writing, special education math, revised units of study for grades 6 to 8. 40, curriculum writing, special education math, modify Google Docs and link it items for grades 1 through 5. 41, curriculum writing, special education math, modify Google Docs and link it items for grades 6 to 8. 42, curriculum writing, special education social studies, modify performance-based assessments, grades 6 to 8. 43, curriculum writing, special education leveled literacy intervention, LLI, and Wilson Foundation supplemental specialized reading resources for grades 1 to 8. 44, curriculum writing, special education autism program supplemental resources for grades K to 8. 45, curriculum writing, special education Google Docs and link it items and supplemental program support. 46, curriculum writing, special education preschool curriculum writing. 47, curriculum writing, special education inclusive support strategies for grades K to 8. 48, curriculum writing, special education social skills supplemental resources for grades K to 8. 49, curriculum writing, special education multiple disabilities program supplemental resources. 50, stipends, maintenance workers. 51, stipends, maintenance workers. 52, student observation. 53, substitute bus driver. 54, substitute bus attendants. 55, paid medical leaves. 56, unpaid leaves of absence. 57, amended resolution leave dates. I so move.
Good job. Do I have a second? Alto, any discussion or any questions? Carrie?
I just have a few questions for Dr. Blair, specifically about the curriculum writings, number 40, 41, 42. Those specifically, because they are to modify, I'm just wondering if you can just let me know exactly what that means, if they're modifying actual assessments. And I'm sorry, my back is to you.
To figure out how to turn my mic back on. It's been a while. Okay, so just in general, when it comes to curriculum writing, special education meets with general education, and we mirror whatever general education does. So if general education is modifying Google Docs and assessments in Linkit, then we take what they do and we create accommodations and modifications that are similar for students. And then, of course, teachers will modify down even more depending on the specific student. The only thing that's separate for special education are the specific resources for like our autism programs or MD programs. So the ones that you see for 40 and like 41, that's taking the general education Linkit items and then making modifications on those specific assessments.
Okay, so if you're modifying, I just want to just make, we're modifying in general, but the teachers do have the opportunity to modify in accordance with IEPs, because general modifications would take away from the individuality of what the student needs.
Yep, 100%. So we call them tier 1 modifications. So tier 1 modifications are general modifications that majority of our special education students need, like chunking, underlining, bolding. They're just suggestions for teachers, and then teachers can take those modified tests and specify them for students based on their IEPs or 504s.
So can you modify in either direction? You can modify more or take away some of the modifications because that student doesn't require as many?
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Any other questions? Vin, roll call, please.
Mrs. Shrem?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Jankowski?
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Piernick?
I abstain from number 48 and yes to everything else.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Amster?
Yes. Retirement comments, Mr. Balone?
Thank you. Retirement comments for Patricia Rye. Pat Rye, ELA teacher at Memorial, is retiring after 42 years as an educator. Prior to the start of Pat's career with the Marlboro School District, she taught elementary and high school level English, dramatics, and reading language arts. Her love of the arts led her to tour the U.S. as an actress in Fiddler on the Roof and Oklahoma. Over the span of her teaching career, Pat personally developed literature, drama, and public speaking programs. She also assisted in the direction of school plays and team taught with members of the acting company at the New York Shakespeare Festival on a production of Twelfth Night. She began her Marlboro teaching career here in 1998 as a public speaking teacher and then moved to the middle school, where she would teach language arts for 22 years. Her co-workers know her as an institution around Memorial that will be sorely missed. She is a font of wit and wisdom and a true advocate for her students. It takes a certain type of person to work in a middle school to bring light and humor to its halls, to strengthen the skills of its students, and to bring joy to its faculty. Pat's work ethic has always been strong, and she plans to pursue another career in retirement. On her leisure time, she will enjoy...
Because he really sends really great updates. They held their last meeting this past Thursday at Marlboro High School. I shall say the public was very worried about the budget, especially the courtesy busing. Local officials have really been calling the governor about this. They're still hopeful that prior to the completion of the state budget on July, they have reduced their staff by 130 positions. More teachers, they don't want to cut any more teachers. Cuts in the future will be detrimental. Next year, they have to find an additional $10 million in cuts on top of the $3.5 million they saved from eliminating busing. This whole situation that has arisen over at Freehold Regional has put a spotlight on the damage that S2 has done to education in Freehold Regionals and others, he adds. They are $20 million below adequacy, and what that means is what the state determines is a thorough and efficient education. They're extremely hopeful, he put in capital letters, that local politicians lobbying to the governor will make a difference, and local politicians have all been reaching out to the district every day on the busing issue, so they are definitely working hard to help this situation.
Michael is very good at sending out detail. I know he had mentioned Freehold Regional is the lowest spending per student in all of Monmouth County. They're about, I think I want to say it was about 14,000-ish.
Yes, I read that last week. I actually do have the number. They educate their kids for $14,207 per student, and the New Jersey average for a high school only district, Freehold Regional is only high school only, is $19,000.
Thank you, Carrie. Marlboro Educational Foundation, Annette?
Yep, I had the opportunity to sit in on an MEF meeting. I appreciate the invite and was able to meet the members of the MEF, get a better understanding of their mission and how they supply grants to the district. The Wizards game was a fun family night out, good, clean fun. Myself and some fellow board members were able to attend with our children, and it was really a fun event filled with adventure. So I appreciate the fundraising that they did through the Wizards game.
Thank you, Annette. Marlboro Township Liaison.
Sure.
Michael.
So Marlboro Day vendor and sponsor applications are now available, sent via weekend update e-blast from the township, and also the info is posted on their website. Marlboro Day is scheduled for September 10th. Primary election day is June 6th. Information on that was also sent via email from the municipal clerk, is on the alerts and action scroll on the township website. National Kids to Parks Day is May 20th. Activity and events scheduled at our parks, again, their website. Lifeguard certification classes will be given at the Marlboro Swim Club in June. If certification is obtained and you work at the Marlboro Swim Club, your certification fee is repaid over 2 years. Flyer on the website if you're interested. Memorial Day Ceremony. Marlboro Township's Memorial Day Ceremony will be held on May 29th at 10 a.m. at the Veterans Memorial in front of Town Hall as we honor and remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice with the wreath-laying ceremony. Music will be provided by members of the Marlboro High School musicians and led by Mr. Dalton, the conductor. Light refreshments will also be provided. This is a short service and appropriate for all ages. And last, if you did not receive the email with these programs and announcements, visit the town website and enter your email in the blue box. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Annette, did you want to add something?
Yeah, Vinny Wingspan over here played at the Wizards game, and I just wanted to give him a shout out. He was a really good sport, played great, and we were happy to see him on the court. So great job, Vin.
Who won, by the way? Who won?
Not us.
Monmouth County School Boards Association Liaison, I think.
That's
Aldo,
me.
anything?
That one's not me.
Nothing to report.
Okay. New Jersey School Boards Association Liaison?
That's me. Sorry. Nothing to report.
Okay.
Thank you.
PTA, PTO, okay. So you're,
Sorry. Yeah, PTA, PTO. I was just going to say, we have a meeting coming up.
Okay.
In like 2 weeks, I think it is, yeah. 3 weeks.
Okay, so now we'll go down to the schools. Let's see. Robertsville. Kerry.
I received an update from Ms. Green as well as the PTO president, so I appreciate everybody reaching out to me. They gave me a lot of information. So Ms. Green reports that the annual art show curated by Marisol Finnemore, Robertsville art teacher, was a huge success. That was May 11th. In addition, on May 24th, Robertsville will host the Monmouth County ASPCA Therapy Dogs for a second time this year. The volunteers will bring their dogs to read with our special education students in grades 3 through 5. On June 1st, our 4th and 5th grade bands will host a spring concert. From PTO President, the Robertsville Hoedown Teacher Appreciation was a huge success with our Western-themed week of celebrations. Thank you to our teachers and staff who go above and beyond for our students daily. The PTO also celebrated our newest addition, Nurse Fran, as well. Thank you for all you do to keep our kids healthy and safe. They are beyond thrilled to announce their first dance post-COVID, which will be held on June 8th. We are hosting this event in 2 sessions, grades 1 to 3, 5 to 6:30, and 4th and 5th graders, 7 to 8:30. Volunteers are needed, and this is a drop-off event. Tickets will be sold in advance, online only. 5th grade happenings. Our chocolate sale was a huge success, and all prizes have been distributed. Looking forward to next year. Thank you to everyone in the community who contributed to our successful sales. We loved hearing the excitement from our Robertsville students going on foot to make those sales. Good for them. Getting ready for our 5th grade trip to Black Bear on June 13th. 5th grade moving up ceremony is June 14th. Our field day will be June 16th, rain date June 19th. Gold versus blue shirts are available for purchase, $5 each, cash only. Order forms have been sent home. Last day for sales is May 23rd. They are proud to announce author John Shu, I hope I pronounced that right, SCHU, will be visiting on Friday, June 2nd. Board nominations have been submitted and will be announced at our next meeting. The final PTO meeting is Tuesday, May 23rd, 7:30 via Zoom. You can become a PTO member at any time, so please visit the website to register, and they are looking out for all upcoming events and excited by it.
MMS, Michael.
Mrs. Nowalki, we'd like to thank the PTO and parent community for a spectacular Staff Appreciation Week of treats, lunch, brunches, messages, raffles, and more. Every day was amazing. The parents went above and beyond to celebrate our school staff. She also wants to thank the executive board of Lisa Della Pena, Lisa Costa, Laura Diana, Megan Lee, and Erica Altschuler. Their support was immeasurable. In the chorus band and chorus band and orchestra performance groups completed in the High Note Festival this past week. All 6 groups earned a superior rating, which is really good. The Marlboro Foundation is supporting assemblies that are scheduled for May and June, including Wild Encounters, sponsored by Great Adventure, a BMX anti-bullying assembly, that's a good one, and the Ultimate Human Game Board. Thank you to the foundation. We're looking forward to 8th grade events, including the dance, the sportsmanship award ceremony, the academic awards ceremony, and graduation. Details will be shared shortly. May 23rd is the next concert at 7 p.m. May 24th is peer-to-peer parent night. June 16th will be graduation at 1 p.m.
Thank you. Val Memorial.
5th grade sweatshirt sales. So, you know, if you're coming over here to Marlboro Memorial, buy your school spirit wear so you are prepared for September when you enter middle school. 8th grade activities going on. So the 8th grade dance is coming up. The 8th grade picnic. There's also ongoing sales for 8th grade families that are selling towels and graduation locker decorations. They also just celebrated Teacher Appreciation Week, so I want to thank the fantastic teachers and staff here at Marlboro Memorial. Hope you felt appreciated with your daily activities, and just letting you know that the PTA really appreciates all the work that you do. And the PTA at Marlboro Memorial is looking for members to join their executive board next year, so feel free to reach out to the MMMS PTA.
Susie Morrell.
Okay. Can you hear me? Am I on? Okay. So let's see. We just had Teacher Appreciation Week. Yesterday was the 3rd grade class trip. Last week we had the 4th grade class trip. Tomorrow night we have the talent show at the middle school, which will be really exciting. Thursday night we've got the 4th and 5th grade band concert. We have coming up in June, we have the 5th grade moving up ceremony, the 5th grade trip, we've got field day. Lots of good stuff going on.
Thank you. Jessica DeFino.
The technology here is on total lockdown. I cannot get into the Chromebook because my cell phone is dead, so good kudos to our tech department. So I do not have the report for Defino or for Scope, but I will be reporting at the next meeting.
Asher, do you have anything?
Yeah, I'm going to be reporting at the next meeting also.
Nope, Dugan.
Go.
Gotcha. Dugan Liaison Report. The Teacher Appreciation Week was celebrated May 1st through May 5th. The PTA had a rootin' tootin' time thanking the Dugan teachers and staff at the Dugan Ranch for all they do for the students. I really hate you guys. Thank you to all the parents who made donations to make the event a success. The Mother and Father's Day sale was held May 9th through May 12th and was a very big success. I got a lovely paperweight that said "#1 Mom." It was really sweet. The School Spirit Day is this Friday, May 19th. Remember to wear your Dugan apparel or the color green. The last, school store of the year is Friday, May 19th. Stock the Fridge donations are still being accepted throughout the month. If interested in donating, monetary donations can also be done through the PT board. 5th grade lawn signs are available to be purchased through the PT board. Signs can be personalized to include the student's name or not include a name. Orders must be received by Friday, May 19th. The 5th grade trip to Black Bear will take place on Thursday, June 1st. The Route 9 discount cards are still available for purchase through the PT board. And yearbook sales have been completed. I think I ordered 3 because I kept worrying that I wasn't getting one, so donate 2 of them, please. We thank all the families who purchase yearbooks, and the PTA is sure that the students will love looking back on their school year. And then I just have something personal to add because today I received my invite to the volunteers breakfast on June 2nd. So I appreciate it. It made it home in one piece. Thank you so much for the invite.
Okay. Old business. You want to do CPAG? Okay, you have. Sorry. Backtrack. Val, CPAG.
I'm sorry, CPAG. Co-leaders and members are celebrating the 2023 National School Board Association Special Education Week. Boxes of assorted teas and honey were distributed to all schools, the board office, and our bus depot. Here's a message from CPAG. They want to thank all teachers in supporting and teaching our children this year. We appreciate all the time and effort you take with them. So they want to thank you.
Thank you, Val. Old business. Seeing none. New business. None. Ben.
Sure, so this is the second round of public comments. First up, John Adley.
Good evening, board members. John Adley, Peregrine Drive, Live Haven, Marlboro. I had 2 kids who went through the system, one in college, one in high school, and I also have one in middle school. I am sure, let me start with this. I'm sure you will all agree with me that racism, discrimination, and any act of bullying is totally unacceptable here in the Marlboro district system. We fully support Mrs. Christian. She left. And I have to admit, I'm very surprised by this. Throughout my 10 years here in Marlboro, my kids never had any of these incidents. So there's been the silly incidents between, you know, a kid trying to be funny with my daughter, but these are just silly kid stuff. So I'm sure you're going to address it. I have no doubt. Thank you, all of you, for taking on this contentious issue in all transparency. You're doing a wonderful job discussing these policies with the public, and thank you for accommodating everybody's comments. I agree with the cold snack administrator who was here earlier. He mentioned something like crazy policies coming from Trenton, from the state, and being shoved onto parents. I fully agree with him on that. It is crazy, and I am glad that we have a sensible board that is discussing these policies. Finally, I would like some clarification from you on one sentence in the policy that relates to facilities, if I may. It reads in the first paragraph, the plan may allow for the student to access to restrooms, locker rooms, and changing facilities in accordance with their gender identity, etc., etc., etc. Does that mean that an 8th grader, boy, who decides that he is a girl, can take a shower with a 5th grader who just came in from elementary school? Is that what that means? And I know you're putting provisions here that if the individual is not comfortable, he can go to a private facility. But if he wants to or she wants to take the shower there or use the facility there, how are you going to accommodate all the other students who are uncomfortable? Are you going to put them in a line in front of the nurses or whatever the school counselor restroom is for them to use the facilities? I would like you to address this, and I would like to see, you know, who from the board here is supporting this. This is unacceptable, truly unacceptable. I don't think you would accept that of any member in your family, to have a stranger boy who identifies as something else to take a shower in front of any female of your families. Thank you.
Mr. Adley, thank you for getting up and speaking today. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Zittimer in a moment, but to your point, just to clarify in the policy, and Mr. Zittimer will go more into just New Jersey state law and discrimination laws and so forth. But yes, you did read correctly within the policy the use of facilities, and that is that the transgender student will have the ability to use whichever restroom, locker room, etc., that they identify with. And I understand that everybody is of a different belief, whether you agree with it or not. But Mr. Zittimer, I'll turn that over to you regarding New Jersey state law.
Yeah, that's a topic we had a lot of discussion about during our policy committee meetings, the use of restrooms. We don't have locker rooms, as I understand it, in Marlboro, but use of facilities in general. And the current state of the law in New Jersey, under New Jersey's law against discrimination, is that students get to use the facilities of the gender in which they identify. So a transgender boy would be able to use the boys' room, even though that person was born female. So that's the current state of the law, and that's why we also added some language at the end of the policy. These laws are being interpreted by courts and so forth, and it's going to be a work in progress with this board in terms of monitoring the current state of the law, both at the federal and state levels on this sensitive topic.
Mr. Zittimer, you say we don't have locker rooms, but I believe we don't have showers as well, so we can say that that's not happening.
Yeah, we don't have showers either in Marlboro at the K-8 level.
Thank you. I am using the shower as, in general, facilities. But thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. But since we're talking legalities and laws here, isn't there a law against exposure, exposing yourself to other people? Thank you for the clarification and for your time.
Yeah, sure. You're referring to criminal statutes, and of course there's criminal statutes about willfully, maliciously exposing yourself to somebody else. It's obviously a crime, but that's not what we're talking about here. I assume in districts that do have showers that there's individual partitions and stalls and not everybody's in a giant room together.
Next up, Dan Finney.
Good evening. Okay, I'm not a resident of Marlboro, but I'm actually in Aberdeen now. But I found out about this meeting, and I have been involved in my school district, so I wanted to come and thank the board and say that after reading through the proposed, I think it's very common sense approach, and I think it's a shame that this would even have to be a matter of debate. How far we've come in 20, 30 years, I guess. So, by the way, my mom was a teacher, and I have taught in a few settings, including my military career of 30-some years, and in youth ministries with my churches over the many years, I guess. I want to make just a couple of points. First, regarding the racism and bullying. Many people commented on that. I really feel blessed that I did serve in the military for that career, and it is a very diverse environment. You have to function as a team, and you know, I think that's a good environment where people realize that you know, we're all different, and color is only skin deep, and language is another one. But in God's word, we read that God made from one blood every nation of men, and I think that's really something that you know, people should think about. And as everybody stated, not only we teach our kids, but we should model that. The next thing I want to state is that I believe there's only 2 genders, and God's word also states that emphatically, made them male and female, and I do think it's absurd to have the shared facilities, and I also think it's a very big disservice to our kids to have biological males in girls' sports, women's sports, and I think it's really putting, it's really destructive, okay? And I think women need to stand up, and I think men need to stand up for them. So the third point I want to talk about is discipline. My dad was harsh. You know, the system today would probably say that I need to be carted off to Child Protective Services or something, okay? But I'll tell you what, when I turned 17 and I went in the military, I could follow instructions. Our military cannot even meet recruitment goals, not even close. They've been struggling with this for many years, and they lowered the standards 3 or 4 times over the last 10, 15 years alone, just
Time
to
is
try
up,
to
Mr.
get
Finney.
kids in our military because of the coddling and the social services people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Shashwat Tiwari.
So I've been like listening to everything everyone has been saying, and I just want to say, like, I'm extremely disappointed with this board and with everybody who's, well, most of the people who've come up to speak. You've heard from multiple psychologists, people who've actually been in the school system, teachers, that you shouldn't make this change, and yet you voted for it anyway, which, okay, fine. When it comes to the bathroom issue and stuff like that, when you look at the actual research, right, a very few, I mean, this is kind of a separate issue, but very few assaults actually happen in the bathroom, and even fewer of those assaults that happen in single-gendered spaces like restrooms are perpetrated by transgender people or people who are gender non-conforming or LGBTQ people. I mean, just 20 years ago, this was a discussion about, you know, should lesbians be allowed in women's bathrooms, and now it's just changed to be transgender people, and it feels like history is just repeating itself, and you can't, like, it's, you see it in front of your eyes, and it's ridiculous that you would even stand for this. And I mean, yeah, it's just like you're clapping for people who haven't, to my knowledge, haven't even seen the research on this, because this is not an actual threat, right? I mean, as far as I know, as far as all of the research, actual papers, actual scientists going out, police reports that have been filed, studies, this just doesn't happen. Like, this bathroom issue just doesn't happen. You're concerned over a non-issue. And lastly, on the point about the worst case scenario, I understand that, you know, parents will obviously have the most love for their child, and obviously I would go to my parents and my mom first, and I know they have what is best for me in mind, and they would always take action to go towards that goal. The thing is, when you're talking about this worst case scenario, there can be a policy that says if a student is, you know, a danger to themselves and others, or others, the parents have to be notified, and there can also be this policy, the old one. And those don't have to conflict. Those can work together, right? They don't have to necessarily be in conflict. So I don't really understand that point at all. And yeah, again, with this last line, I still think the defense of it is very weak. No other policy has this. The board will continually review and update the policy to conform with current developments in the law. None of the other policies that have been proposed here today have that. The justification for it seems incredibly weak, especially looking at the actual research and studies that have been done. That's all. Thanks.
Mrs. Tawari?
Hi, I'm Sangeeta. I am a Marlboro resident. I heard every one of you. Thank you so much for listening to me. I would like to kind of go over a few points. You actually emphasized my point of talking to your kids at home. If you are talking to your kids, they will never come to the school to confine. So you emphasized when I said talk to your kids about bullying, that is building a relationship with your kid. And if you have not built it, is when they go to school. And that's when they go to the counselors. So thank you for making that point. And someone made a point, if you don't have kids, why are we talking? I think 90% or maybe all 98% of the policies are made by the people we are gathered who don't have their own personal interest. And we are gathered here as a community and not as an individual. I'm not talking about just my kids. And I think the point here is to bring the next generation and empower them and give them the mental stability, as the gentleman from the military said, that we need to give them a mental strength, not just expose them or bring them out for the reasons that you think they should be telling their kids, their parents. So that is very, very important. Also, to my point, sir, I would like to repeat what I meant when I said professional. I was talking about specialized professional in that field. I totally respect all the professionals that are in school. And back in India, in our culture, we call our teachers gurus. They are the first people who give you all the knowledge. And we go with this saying, and I'm going to recite it in Sanskrit. Guru Govind do khade kake lago paye, balihari guru aapne Govind diyo dikhai. If God and teacher or professionals who give us education are standing together, the first one that I'm going to bow to is the teacher. So I respect all the professionals, principals, counselors. I did not mean to say that they are not professionals. All I meant is specialized professionals who understand the psychology, mental health of these people. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next, Moshe Grant.
Good evening again, Moshe Grant, 8 Sudbury Road. I would like to second Mr. Adley over here. The bathroom situation, in my opinion, is completely unacceptable, but we'll keep that for a different day. I'll continue on what I said tomorrow, and there's a reality that most people avoid, and they work really hard to avoid it because it's very uncomfortable to say. Now, I believe in our Constitution. I believe in everyone's right to be whatever they feel they should be and live their life any way they want to live life. And it's not my place to judge anyone or critique anyone or dictate how anyone in the world is going to live their life. But keep in mind that we're talking about children. And those children, a lot of them in our schools still believe that Santa Claus is going to fall down the chimney and bring him a gift. A lot of them are picking up money from the tooth fairy, from under the pillows. And we're talking to them about sexuality and gender identity. So I respect everyone in the world, but I'm going to say what all of us know and no one wants to say. In the end of the day, it's their right to be whatever they want to be, but no matter how hard they work, no matter how many years they invest in it, emotionally, mentally, physically, transitioning, medications, social workers, pharma, surgeries, no matter what you do. They know it, I know it, you know it. In the end of the day, a man will never ever be half a woman you are sitting over here, and that's a fact. Now, it's okay for them to believe in whatever they want to believe. I have no problem with it. But let them grow up to an age when they can make decisions that they will not end up growing up and realizing that someone sold them, potentially, a bag of goods, because none of you will be there for them. 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, you will not be there for them. All the hype from the schools and the TikTok and everything else is gone. People are talking about the degree of suicidal attempts within that community. Well, I would imagine that if I spend my entire life chasing a phantom that doesn't really exist, and deep inside I know it, and some people tell me you're doing the right thing, and everyone else, I have to convince them that I am what I am not. If I'm standing here and I'm asking you to recognize me as being something that naturally doesn't come to you, I already have a reason to doubt myself. And they all know it. And it's okay. They have the right to do it. Like everyone else, you can do whatever you want. This is the United States. Let them just grow through an age where they can make a decision that they understand what they're doing and support them in every possible way. But for it to affect my child's way of thinking in school, dictated by policies or by curriculums or by SEL or whatever you want to call it, is just too early. And you will not be there when and if they turn around, and we all know that a lot do. Thank you so much.
Next, Megan Fitzsimmons.
Okay. I just had 2 points that I didn't get to make last time. Mrs. Jankowski, to clarify something you had said. We had the opportunity this year to offer some students counseling from an outside agency. And yes, we got parent permission to do so. Unfortunately, that relationship didn't really work out, but we've adopted a new, I just had a thing about it this week. It's a new agency that we're using, and it will hook families, parents, staff out with outside mental health resources, and it does need parent permission. So also, if you get any emails from any of us, either child study team or the counselors, even I think most of the administrators, you will see at the end of the email, like I have an automatic response when I'm not here in the summer, and it lists mental health resources if somebody is in crisis and needs help over the summer. So I just wanted to let you know that. I didn't get a chance to say that last time. My other point is, I just find it ironic when we talk about Colts Neck Board of Education, because I'm sure many of you know, Colts Neck voted down changes to their policy 7-2. It may have had legal reasons, but it still got voted down. So I just think it's funny when we talk about that, when they actually took a sensible approach and voted down their changes to this policy. So that was it. Thank you.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, just to clarify, the Colts Neck voting down that policy. Colts Neck voted it down because their first read, they opted to go in and try to change the facilities, and they had some uproar from the general public. And so I believe that they are in the process of revising that policy, and they will be presenting it again, but I appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah. Yeah.
Next, Bonnie Gabazon.
Bonnie Gabazon, Marlboro. I want to touch again on the bullying incident that parent who spoke earlier mentioned, and just to expound on that a little bit. I kind of spoke off the cuff last time, but I really think that if you guys can look and see if there is some policy or anything that prohibits, like I said, kind of an old school approach to calling a parent, having the parent come in for a meeting, calling a kid down to the principal when this goes on, and just really holding kids accountable and there being real consequences. I think a lot of problems that we see in the world today with crime and all other kinds of things is because of the lack of consequences. And I think if we teach kids early on what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, it's important that there are consequences that are immediate. And for a young child, sometimes those consequences really don't need to go further than, calling their parent or having a meeting. I think that goes a long way. So I don't know if that's in the works or if there's anything preventing that from happening. I would also, when you say you're looking at HIB reports and trying to find trends, I would also encourage you to look and compare the middle schools. A lot of bullying goes on in middle school just by nature of development at that age, and kids are, maybe not necessarily a bad kid or won't grow up to be a bad kid, but, you do stupid things when you're 11, 12, 13, and hopefully you grow and learn from them. So I think part of it is a developmental thing. Doesn't make it okay, and that's why we're here to correct them. But I would also encourage you to look between the two middle schools from personal experience, and not to be rude, but I've always referred to Marlboro Middle School as the weak link in the district. My kids had wonderful experiences in elementary school. My kids had really good experiences in the high school, and the middle school really has a culture, old middle school is what I'm talking about, has a culture that really seems lacking for Marlboro, and I don't know if that's a result of administration or top-down. So like I said, part of it is maybe developmental nature of the age of the kids, but I think that a particular middle school has a particular issue that might need to be looked at more closely. Thank you.
Last on my list, Dalia Salama.
Hi. So I just need clarification as well. It's with respect to gender segregated classes or athletic activities. Will trans kids go whatever upon their identity will a boy identified as a girl will play with girls in their physical education, in their activities or sports? Did I understand right? It's not gonna be fair.
You're talking about activities, the laws that they, transgender students get to participate in the activity that they identify with. Yes, under New Jersey's law against discrimination.
Okay, but a boy can hit a girl. If he identifies as a girl, he can hit her. What about the girl?
I knew there was legislation on the federal level proposed so that transgender boys cannot participate on the women's teams, but I don't think that went anywhere. I may have gotten that reversed, but there is some legislation that was proposed that I don't think passed at the federal level. So I understand the concern. It's a concern that others have identified as well. But the state of the law is transgender students get to participate in the sport or activity that they identify with, the gender they identify with.
Okay, what about bathrooms? Are we gonna put a camera in the bathroom? I will go with the worst scenario because I believe that actually schools go with the worst scenario. We train the kids for school drills while there is no fire, just to train them that if this happened, they know what to do. So I will go with the worst scenario. What if a boy pretended to be a girl just out of joke and the school will believe him because school should? And he went to a girl's bathroom and then did anything wrong to the girl. What will happen to the girl? She cannot prove anything. The harm that will happen on her, what are the consequences?
Our proposed policy says that in order for a transgender student to use a facility, bathroom, participate in activity, it's got to be in accordance with a plan that's been developed involving the parents or guardians. That was the theme of our, one of the themes of our policy edit. So the situation that you described would not happen in Marlboro, where some student just arbitrarily one day decides they're going to use the bathroom of the opposite sex.
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, sure. The way we have formulated our policy is that if a student's going to use the facilities of the gender in which they identify, it's got to be in accordance with a plan that is developed collaboratively with the student, the parent, and the administration. So it's not going to be just some random situation where a student's going to one day just automatically use the bathroom of the opposite gender that they were born into.
Okay. I guess, so that's a
Did I summarize that correctly? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That is it on both my lists.
Executive session resolution. Be it resolved that in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act, the Marlboro Township Board of Education shall conduct a closed executive session pursuant to the exception prescribed by NJSA 10-4-12 for the purpose of discussing matters of attorney-client privilege and applicants for insurance broker. It is anticipated that the length of time of this executive session will be approximately 60 minutes and that action will not be taken in public after the executive session. Be it further resolved that the minutes of this executive session will be released when the need for confidentiality in accordance with NJSA 10-4-12 no longer applies. Do I have a second? Carrie, any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Good night, everyone.